Well, we were building a bonfire, and I saw some, dry brush and leaves around, so, I said to move the bonfire somewhere else, and out of nowhere, Smokey Bear shows up and hugs me.
So you noticed some wildfire hazards and moved your bonfire to a safer location.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Smokey, all right. He likes it when people help prevent wildfires. It hits him close to home. Not everybody gets the hug, my friend. So that's pretty special to get a hug from Smokey Bear.
Haha, so it was him. Guys, I told you it was Smokey.
Okay, well, congratulations, my friend. And thanks for calling. There are many ways to prevent a wildfire. Learn how you can do your part at SmokeyBear.com.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Sponsored by the U.S. Forest Service, Ad Council, and your state forester.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. Waking up every day, lifting him from the bed to the wheelchair to the car to get him to therapy on time, it's no small task between the doctors and the diagnosis, but nothing can disable this love. This is my big brother, my hero. He's part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. See, there's no time for tired. This starts again tomorrow. He'll be waiting for me. I wake up for him. I know he needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community, or call 877-333-5885. Caregiving Resource Center. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do. Tell the world I see with an emoji to stop the bullies.
Know someone who's being bullied online? Send the witness emoji. It looks like an eye in a speech bubble, and it's in the symbol section near the clocks in your phone. You'll let the world know it isn't cool, and you'll let your friend know you care. Learn more about the witness emoji at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard. So you don't need to mooch off your friends.
You gonna finish that grape?
You mean the one in my mouth?
You don't need to stop buying the necessities.
What you're smelling is a natural musk.
Ew.
You don't need to be a medical test subject.
How do you feel?
Mostly okay. Sometimes, though.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
Break for lunch.
You just need an internet connection. Don't get left behind. Start your personal savings plan with the tips and tools on feedthepig.org. That way, you don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
All right, deal.
Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
When is the best time to talk to your family about staying in touch during a disaster? When floodwaters reach your door? When wildfires are engulfing the edge of your neighborhood? Or an earthquake is destroying buildings? When a tornado is tearing through town? Or a hurricane strikes? Or is the best time perhaps today? During a disaster, you may not be able to stay in touch with your family or friends as easily as you think. And it's not always as simple as using your cell phone. That's why now is the time to take action. Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff. Even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs. And it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're Feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, everyone. Let's all stop what we're doing right now and take a moment. That felt good, huh? Just like that, we had a nice, special sort of moment together. Of course, they don't all need to be quiet moments to be special. They could be loud moments, goofy moments, sporty moments, dorky moments. Moments where we talk or walk or just hang out. It doesn't really matter. They all count. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. Sounds like somebody agrees. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Today, call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Micah Parsons and CeeDee Lamb take shots at the Cowboys organization. The Bears fire offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. And Tyreek Hill and Tua speak out about their injuries. And much, much more on the first show of Joba in the Mouth. The Mets are going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, and Saquon Barkley, at this point, I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Take it down. Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really? And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to a new and the first show of Joba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. 631-672-3108. It's the same number, ladies and gentlemen. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba and the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. As you know, I'm hosting Joba, Speedy, Fish, Scoops, and our new and improved The Tick himself, Mr. Owen. All you have to do is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Joba, what is up, my friend?
Another day in paradise. It's interesting. Like, you get so used to seeing one thing, and now everything else is different. But it's going to be fun. Same stuff, just still same reason. It's just different name and some added parts and moving and shaking. So I'm looking forward to it.
I'll tell you this: there's something not moving and shaking for me, and that's something in my pants. I just want to let everybody know something. Over the weekend, I was feeling sharp pains in the back of my abdomen. And I just didn't know what it was. And then on Sunday night, I was feeling pains. And then all of a sudden, Monday morning at 5 o'clock, I woke up and I was crawling to the bathroom. I was in so much friggin' pain. I've never felt this kind of pain before. It felt like somebody was stabbing me right in my back. It was the worst pain I've ever experienced. I'm telling you guys, I wouldn't wish that upon anybody. I went in the shower. I sat in the shower, Joba, for 25 minutes. The hot water hitting my face, sitting on my shower chair. I have my own shower chair. I love sitting in the shower. I don't know if anybody likes to sit in the shower, but I do. I love it, especially a long day at work or whatever. Working out, I want to sit on my chair, and I enjoy it. So I sat on the chair, got out, and my girlfriend comes right out, and she says, "You look really bad. We got to rush you to the hospital." She drove me to the hospital. And I felt I couldn't even, the security guard had to come outside and help me with the wheelchair, threw me in the wheelchair and brought me inside. It was I found out I had a kidney stone, guys. It is the worst feeling. I had many people reach out to me on social media telling me, I hope you feel better. I hope you get better. And something like this doesn't go away very quickly. It is the worst feeling in the world. I've never felt anything. I don't even go to the dentist and get Novocaine in my mouth. When I get I've had 2 root canals, never had Novocaine. Everybody says, how do you do it? They strap my hand to the chair and I deal with it. It just goes numb. And then even my cavity, I have like 13 cavities because when I was a kid, I just never wanted to brush my teeth. I wanted to piss my parents off. I wish I did. But now I'm like the worst. I'm so anal with my teeth. I floss 3 times a day. I mouthwash 3 times a day, and I brush 3 times a day. But I'm just letting everybody know, if you see me get up and I'm in a lot of pain, it means that I'm probably going to run for a painkiller or something. I am in excruciating pain. I can't tell you today. For like an hour, I felt like it was moving. It is the worst feeling in the world. I felt like somebody was stabbing me 50 times. But I just want to apologize to anybody if you see me get up and I walk away for a little while to try to. Everybody said, "Why are you doing the show?" And here's the reason why. The show must go on. It must go on. No matter how much I'm in pain, it must go on. But anyways, I just want to let everybody know, if you see me get up and you don't see me come back for about 5 minutes, there's a reason why. Speedy, what's up?
Well, I hope you feel better too. I know you were describing, it seemed like something that was very painful, and I hope you get better soon.
It's still painful, and and some people are saying it could take weeks for it to completely pass.
Yeah.
And they told me it was 4 millimeters. 4 millimeters, which is almost the size of a dime. Okay? Just so everybody knows, I got to piss that baby out on the tip of my head.
I also, because we're doing the show on Tuesday instead of yesterday, I also want to give a shout out to all the veterans that served our country.
100%.
Happy
Veterans Day
yesterday. My grandfather, I know your grandfather was in the service.
War hero.
Java, I don't know if you have anyone in the service, but
my grandfather.
So shout out to all of them, all the veterans that fought for our country and gave us the freedoms that we have here.
100%. My heart goes out to all the families that lost a loved one in war. Veterans Day is such a very important time of the year, very important time of the time that you support all the people that have gone to wars and risked their lives to save us, to keep us a democracy. So I want to give a shout out to all the families that lost loved ones at war, including a bunch of people that I've known and family members that I've lost in, all different kinds of wars. So a shout out to the troops, and still shout out to the troops right now supporting and taking care of us. There you go, Joba. We all know about it. That's why we do this, to entertain, and all the troops that are watching us right now. We want to give a shout out to them as well. We love you guys. Keep up the good work and protect yourself. And, there's so much going on in the world. You just don't want to think about it. And that's why for 3 hours, every single time we're on here, we just want to entertain you guys. So a shout out to all the troops. At 8:30, we'll be talking to former Royals and Red Sox, Padres and Cubs, first baseman. And you know him, Joba. He's a good friend of yours. Eric Hosmer will be joining for the first time on Joba in the Mouth. He will be here on the first episode of Joba in the Mouth. So he is the first guest on Joba in the Mouth. That's a big story right there. So, Speedy, I know you like that.
Yep. Joba and Eric, both teammates in Kansas City.
Will you smell his underwear? Oh my God. Would you smell Joba? I mean, serious. Joba.
I'm not smelling anyone's underwear.
Eric Hosmer's underwear.
I'm not smelling his underwear.
It would smell good, right?
I don't know.
He does always smell good. I will give him that.
I figure he does.
See, we have Joba as the source. Why do you need me?
Well, you have to be the one that smells it.
No, Joba already did it. So why do we need that?
We'll bring him on too, and I'm just going to be like, okay, I want your hair because he has a great head of hair as well. It's bullshit.
I mean, we all do. I mean, except you.
No, I don't.
Fish does. He just likes to hide it. Anyways, by the way, our executive producer, Aaron Fishman, as always, and Tommy Scoops, he's here to do our Sports Minute, and we have a new guy. He will be joining us throughout the shows moving forward, and that's Owen the Tick, baby. He will be joining us. The Tick will be snapping or biting. Like
it's good for both of us.
It's good for all of us. On his show, Micah Parsons said, talking about Mike McCarthy as a coach is above his pay grade. He added that he thinks that Mike can leave the Cowboys and go wherever he wants, and it wouldn't even matter. He added that he feels bad for veterans like Zach Martin and the Cowboys that are playing poorly. CeeDee Lamb also took shots at Jerry Jones for the glare that comes through the windows at AT&T Stadium, saying they need to get curtains so players can see. Lamb said he dropped a touchdown pass because he couldn't see it coming to him, or the glare was blocking him. Mike McCarthy confirmed that Dak Prescott will get season-ending surgery on his torn hamstring. The Cowboys are now 0-4 at home and have lost by an average of 23.5 points per game. Again, the Cowboys are a story, and the reason why they're the story is because of Jerry Jones. Say whatever you want. You want to point fingers. You want to blame somebody. And CeeDee Lamb wants to blame it on a glare through a window. I don't think there's a reason he has to bring up a glare out of the window as the reason why he is not having a good season. The reason why he's not having a good season is the Cowboys' offensive line is old. This team is old, and they need to rebuild. And I've been saying this over and over and over again. Micah Parsons should be the number one priority in the offseason. And what do I mean by that? The number one priority for the Dallas Cowboys is to trade Micah Parsons. Off she goes. And a team, like he said, that he wants to play for is the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Pittsburgh Steelers are not known to give up draft stock. But guess what? If they can add Micah Parsons, why not make a move and bring Micah Parsons there to play with Watt? I don't know if that's the reasoning on why the Cowboys are having a good or a bad season. Well, they're not having a good season. They're having a bad season. But Mike McCarthy is definitely not the reason why they're not having a good one. And Mike McCarthy right now looks like he's on his way out. This organization is going to be looking for a new coach in the offseason. I don't know who it's going to be. It could be Bill Belichick. It could be Ben Johnson. It could be anybody.
It could be Deion Sanders.
I don't think it's going to be Deion. Sweet Deion is not going over there. He's already come out and said that he will never coach an NFL team unless he's lying, which he's lied before. So you're right, Speedy. Maybe Deion decides to come to the Cowboys. But that means that his son would be heading over there. And Shador, I don't know if the Cowboys are going to get a top 3 pick, a top 4 pick. Shador will probably go in the top 3. He looks like he's going to be the number 1 quarterback in this year's draft class. But nevertheless, if you look at the Cowboys situation, they're just getting old. This is an old team. They have a couple of good young players in Micah. They have Dak. He's still fairly young, even though he's coming off another bad injury. This is a huge injury. I mean, if you think about it, it's a hamstring injury. Remember, 2 years ago, he broke his leg. He snapped his leg, and everybody thought his career was over. This is tearing your hamstring. That is a bad injury. And as a football player, Dak is what, 31, 32 years old? How many years does he have left where he is going to have to use his arm instead of his legs? Dak Prescott is, I would say, a rotational quarterback that likes to come out of the pocket and use his legs, but he's not going to be that. Russell Wilson was a quarterback like that too when he came into the league. He's no longer that. He's become a pocket present quarterback. Now, can he do that? Can he move inside and out of the pocket? Absolutely can. But again, I don't know if Dak Prescott, having an injury like this, is going to be the same quarterback. Now, I'm not going to doubt Dak Prescott because every time everybody's doubted this guy, he's come back and he's become an MVP candidate. He's become such a good Samaritan for the NFL. And a lot of people say, well, Dak Prescott's not good in the big game. There's a lot of quarterbacks not good in the big game. The one thing Dak does is he puts up numbers and he gets his team in the playoffs. Go look at Dak's numbers, winning and losing percentage. His winning percentage is one of amongst the league's best. Maybe it's because of coaching. Maybe it's because he's in the NFC East and because the NFC East has been so bad for such a long time. And it's really just been the Eagles and them. The Giants have had one good year over the last 7-8 years. It hasn't been good for the Giants, and Washington's finally figuring it out. They have Jaden Daniels. They're starting to really explode and become the center of attention in the NFC East. But again, right now, CeeDee Lamb should not be speaking. CeeDee Lamb should not be going out there and bringing up curtains is the reason why he can't catch the ball. That is stupid. That is dumb. That makes him look really, really bad. Have you heard Justin Jefferson come out and say that the lights are too bright over there in Minnesota, and that's the reason why he hasn't caught the ball as much as he has over the last 3 years? That's not the reason why. Even though he's got great numbers, I'm not saying Justin Jefferson doesn't have great numbers. Does he have the numbers that he's had over the last 3 years? No, he doesn't. But again, he's not going to come out and say, oh, it's the glare of the lights. We need to take those lights out. It's ridiculous. And that's not an excuse. The excuse should be this team is not talented. This team was not built to win. This team was built to pay me because that's what they did. They paid CeeDee Lamb. They paid Dak Prescott. Those are the facts. And that's what Jerry likes to do. He likes to pay his superstars. And then he's trying to find ways to bring in these past tense superstars that are no longer good. This has been Jerry's way for a long, long time. And here's the thing. Jerry's going nowhere. He's going nowhere. So if anybody thinks Bill Belichick is going to come over there and coach this team, you're drowning and you're going to sink to the floor. It's never going to happen because if Jerry's running this organization and Jerry has say, ask Bill Parcells, ask anybody that's taken, Jimmy Johnson, ask any one of these guys that have been there. It doesn't work. He will not give you the opportunity to pick your players. It's Jerry's way or the highway.
Yep. Blind loyalty and blind stubbornness, two things that define Jerry Jones in a nutshell. You have Jason Garrett, who's coaching for almost a decade when he was mediocre at best in most of those years, and he collapsed a lot at the end of the season. There was a stretch where the Dallas Cowboys couldn't even make the playoffs when he was there. He had some good years there. Then Dak's rookie year, they were a #1 seed. Fine. You keep him forever. And like you said, they get rid of Jimmy Johnson. They get rid of Bill Parcells because they have one bad year and one bad relationship with Jerry Jones. It just shows that his ego is taking over. It's going to take over now with Mike McCarthy. He tried to stay loyal to him for a while, but now you have Micah Parsons and Mike McCarthy seemingly not getting along. They say they're going to be fine, and this meant nothing. And yeah, that's what everyone was going to say as a cover-up. But we know that there's a little bit of tension there when Micah, somebody that has that big of an ego, is going to do that. As far as the glare itself, yeah, it's not an excuse for CeeDee Lamb. Now, obviously, in a playoff game, we wonder if that kind of thing could be crucial, but who knows at this point. But Jerry's going to be stubborn, so it's not going to go anywhere. So you're going to have to get used to it.
Well, yeah, and then, like, if you go and look at Jerry Jones's comments, just to The Athletic, if he's like, "What do you want us to do? Build another stadium?" Like, I mean, Jerry Jones
curtains, but he's not going to do it because he's Jerry Jones.
Right, exactly, and he's going to do it. And he goes, "Well, let's tear the damn stadium down and build another one. Are you kidding me? Everybody's got the same thing." And yeah, and I think too, from as far as Micah Parsons, I don't know if he was necessarily fully blown coming at McCarthy or whatever, and he feels bad for the old guys, the veterans, whatever. And it's like I said, if you have those conversations, and I get you have a platform and I understand it, and obviously his podcast and what have you, but it just, I think you're 100% right. And just, they're getting old, and you're going to find an excuse to somehow, some way, make an excuse. And I think, when you look at it as a whole, and, he wants to blame it on glare, dude, 1,000% put curtains in. Like, why are you the only one you've seen the picture that they showed how bright it is. So you're the only one complaining. Everybody else that's played in the stadium. Have we heard anything about it?
Not yet. I think there was some complaints with the Colts one. I never heard anything with Dallas.
Yeah. So I don't know, but that whole conglomerate over there is a complete shit show, anyways, as it always has been in Jerry's world. So, and it's, when they say it's Jerry's world, it is Jerry's world, hands down.
Kevin Fitz in the comment, Micah and Watt in Pittsburgh would be terrifying. Yes, it would. Just question is how financially realistic it is playing two edge rushers.
It's financially realistic.
For the Steelers, I think they can make it work the way they operate.
They're not paying George Pickens.
No, they're not.
So right now, it's definitely feasible. Who are they paying as a quarterback?
Nobody.
Right.
No.
Exactly. It's feasible. It makes a lot of sense. And just think about this. Right now, the Dallas Cowboys average age right now on the team is 33 years old. 32 and a half, I guess. You want to put it there. 32 and a half. An average NFL team, a top NFL team, average is 28 years old. That's a 4-year difference. Just think about that.
That's a lot of miles.
Difference. Miles. I mean, obviously, you know this. Well, Speedy, you know all about Miles, right?
No, but I'm sure their senior citizen backfield knows about that. I'm just speaking the truth. Right now, if you look at the Cowboys, just think, Tyreek Hill, how old is he? Tyreek Hill is 29 years old. I mean, I'm sorry, not Tyreek Hill. Ezekiel Elliott. I don't know why I got Tyreek Hill, but Ezekiel Elliott right now is 29 years old, 30 years old. That's ancient as a running back. Ancient.
Because usually running backs don't last more than 4 years in the NFL. Average running back that lasts in the NFL is 3.5 years. So if you think about it right now, Zeke Elliott came into the league at the age of 22. So he has been in the league for 8 years. He is going on 30 by the end of the year. So he's practically done. You got guys like Zach Martin. Zach Martin right now is what, 33? That's how old he is. These guys are 31. He's around that age. No, he's 33. Dak Prescott's 31.
31.
Yeah, so they're getting up there in age. They're not going to be the same team next year. And if they decide to bring in a new coach, which they probably are, Mike McCarthy is on his way out, especially them not making the playoffs. And now that Dak's out for the season, there's no way. And I'm sorry for all you Cowboy fans that absolutely love that Dak Prescott's out for the season. It makes no sense. To think that Cooper Rush is going to take this team to the playoffs is ridiculous. It's not going to happen. This team is done. It's over. And CeeDee Lamb, hey, if you don't want to be here and you don't like Dallas, then why did you sign the contract? You're worried about damn curtains. It's ridiculous. Stop making an excuse. Go out there and play the game. Everybody else is doing that. You're going to tell me the opposing teams are complaining about the glare in the windows? Come on. CeeDee, you sound like an idiot. I've stuck up for you. Going into the season, I thought you were the best wide receiver. Going into the season, you were my number one. Now, all of a sudden, you're opening your mouth, you're crying because how many 100-yard games have you had this year? What, you had 2? And it's not been a good season for you. It's not been a good season for the Cowboys. There's a reason why it hasn't been a good season for the Cowboys. They're getting old. There is no secondary wide receivers on this roster. There's nothing. You have got nothing. And Ferguson, yeah, he had a good season last year. This year, he's not so good. And everybody that thought he was a top 7 tight end going into this year, you're blind. He's not even a top 10. So the Cowgirls they're just lackadaisical. They're not the same team they were over the last couple of years. And everybody was, I think a lot of people were expecting, I didn't think the Cowboys were going to fall off like they have this year. I thought they were going to figure it out because I think Dak, he's been that type of quarterback. No matter how much talent he's out on the field, he's found ways to make everybody good enough to give you 10 or 11 wins in a season. This year, they lost too many defensive players early. Micah Parsons been out for how many weeks?
Yeah, he just came back.
Yeah, the guy can't stay healthy. And that's the problem right now. I don't want to hear it from Jerry. Jerry knows what he needs to do in the offseason. He needs to find a competent coach. He needs to find a guy. I would bring a young guy in. I would not bring in Bill Belichick. I would not bring in a veteran coach. I bring in a young guy. I bring in an offensive guy that's going to help rebuild Dak Prescott because Dak Prescott has talent. Anybody that says that he doesn't is an idiot. He does. He's got talent. You just need the right guy. The person that I think everybody's going to have their eyes on is Ben Johnson. He is going to be the number one target for everybody. Even the Jets, they're going to go after him. Everybody's going to go after him. It's all a matter of who you're going to bring. And by the way, Lincoln Riley's name is going to be brought up too. You're going to hear Lincoln Riley. He's very close, obviously, with Jerry Jones. He's an offensive mind. Everybody thinks he could fit, his offensive scheme could fit in the NFL, but he's not a good defensive guy. So he's going to have to bring in a Rex Ryan or somebody that understands defense and it can take this defense to the next level because we all know what this defense has transitioned to after Dan Quinn. Look what Dan Quinn's doing over there with the Commanders defensively, and look at what their defense is doing right now. I'm not saying Zimmer isn't the guy. I think Zimmer is a good defensive coordinator. Just this scheme that he put together at the beginning of the season doesn't fit some of the talent that the Cowboys have. So now you look at the situation the Cowboys have put themselves in. I mean, it's not a good one. And I think the Cowboys now as an organization have to figure out, Speedy, what are you doing? Are you trying to answer the phone? Because it's annoying. I'm going to tell you this right now. The Cowboys are in a position to lose the rest of the games and figure out where they're going to be in the draft. Because I think if they think that Dak Prescott isn't the guy, they wouldn't have paid him. They paid him. So Dak is the guy. It's not going to be Shedeur Sanders for all you Cowboy fans that think, hey, if the Cowboys land at number 3 or number 4 and Shedeur's sitting there, they're going to draft him. They're not drafting Shedeur. They're not. He's not going to the Cowboys. There's a better chance that, I don't know, Jerry is the running back of the Cowboys than Shedeur Sanders starting as the quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys next year, or even being the backup quarterback. It's not happening. So I know Cowboys want Dak Prescott to be gone, but guess what? Jerry didn't think that, and Jerry paying him $60 million don't think that Dak's going anywhere. So they have to decide what they're doing with Micah and how they're going to rebuild through this year's draft. If they don't, I think the Cowboys are going to be seeing an organization completely fall to pieces for the next 7 to 8 years. They have to figure out what they're doing with Micah Parsons, and they have to get as much as they can back for him if they decide to part ways with him.
Kevin says in the comment section, Jamar, number one receiver after Thursday's game. Yeah, he probably has been this season so far. Individually. Yeah. But yeah, going back to the identity with the Cowboys too. Like we talked about it when we had RJ Ochoa on the show, who works for the Cowboys. He's constantly mad at Jerry Jones every time we have him on the show because he's like behind the curve a lot of the time. And you mentioned it, like younger coach with veteran defensive coordinator.
I like
a very
it curvy.
common trend.
You like it curvy?
No,
but you don't like it. You like it straight or curvy?
I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Are you straight or curvy?
I neither, but what is,
well, you got to be one or the other.
Got to be one or the other, man. Which way?
I don't know.
Curvy?
I don't know.
You pick curvy or straight?
Curvy, whatever.
All right, I figured.
Okay. But Jerry Jones has been behind those kinds of trends, I think, before that. And it continues to be that way where, again, the blind loyalty aspect of Jason Garrett. Then you bring in Mike McCarthy. At the time, it made sense. Obviously, you had a coach that was winning. You had a coach that fell out with Aaron Rodgers. So they tried to make that kind of thing work. And that offense, in DVOA standpoints, was two of the best offenses in 21 and 23 when he was there. And all of a sudden now you're looking at a case where maybe it got outdated and the defense got outdated. And all of a sudden you need that. But a lot of that has to do with more talent than it does with coaching.
Every 4 years, the Cowboys give a bad contract. And do you remember who the bad contract was over the last 4 years?
The Beavs boy.
Who?
Zeke Elliott.
No, he's been out. He's been away from them for the last 3.5, 4 years. The bad contract was DeMarcus Lawrence. Ezekiel Elliott was before that. DeMarcus Lawrence, the extension that they gave him. By the way, DeMarcus Lawrence is 32 years old. The guy hasn't been healthy for the last 3 seasons. The guy can never stay healthy. DeMarcus Lawrence, the extension that the Cowboys gave him, what was it, 1.5 years ago, was been the big problem for them.
Yeah, 5 years, over $100 million. Yeah,
it's ridiculous. And then paying Zeke $16 million a year made no sense. But it's always been Jerry's Vasana is to go from one thing to another, one extreme to another. And the extreme now is if Dak doesn't show up or Dak's not the guy, everybody's going to attack the fact that Jerry Jones gave him $60 million, even though that is the costing rate for a star quarterback. What do we have?
Well, I mean, so do you think where do they attack it from the standpoint of getting younger, and where would you start? I mean, obviously there's a lot of ways you can look at it, but you're obviously not going to get rid of Dak. So in which way are you going to get younger, through the draft or try to get as much as you can for Parsons? If that's the move you make, like what avenue do you try to get younger, and where do you focus on first?
Joba, that's the only avenue. That is the only avenue they have right now. It's trading Micah Parsons. There's nothing else. Nothing. There's nothing. They have nothing on that team anybody wants. CeeDee Lamb, they already signed him. He's going nowhere unless he demands his way out, which he could. He could say, you know what, I don't want to be here anymore. So, and you could get a first-round draft pick. You could probably get a first and a second for CeeDee Lamb. He's one of the elite wide receivers in the league. But I don't know if Jerry's going to do that, especially after paying him. So let's take CeeDee Lamb out. Dak Prescott's making $60 million. Even though I would take him on my team, I wouldn't pay him 60. I'd pay him between 55 and 56. That's where I thought his number was. Nevertheless, he's going nowhere. So who do they have? Ferguson? Nobody wants. They don't have anything on that offensive line. Smith? I mean, he's a good young offensive tackle, but he's nothing big where you're going to get a top-end player for. Maybe you get a third-round draft pick for him. There's nothing they have over there that anybody wants. As we all know, Pollard was a guy that everybody loved, and everybody thought he was going to be something spectacular after he took over for Zeke. He sucked. And where is he right now? He's with the Texans right now?
Titans.
I'm sorry. He's nowhere to be seen, nowhere to be found. So, again, right now, the Cowboys have nothing. The only player that's worth talking about right now is Micah Parsons. You can get back, I don't know about a boatload. You can get a first and a third for him. That's where I think the Cowboys should go. Then you have 2 first-round draft picks. Then you could bring in another defensive player if you think that there's another offensive guy that you're targeting, a wide receiver in the first round. That's where you go. You need to help CeeDee Lamb out. You need to take the pressure off of Dak coming back from a hamstring problem that is going to be a problem moving forward for the next 7-8 years of his career if he has that long to play in the NFL.
That's what you don't know, especially coming off it, and hamstrings suck. Like, I don't know if people really understand how much they hinder, and it's like there's not. I mean, obviously, if you're having to get it fixed, that means it's obviously significant
off the bone.
Yeah, and even if you just pull it, and it sucks because you can't do anything, and all it is time. And after you get it fixed, who knows who he's going to be or what he's going to be. I mean, I don't doubt him by any means, because he's going to, as athletes, and what we do is, we prove people wrong and what have you. But you still don't know what it's going to be. I mean, he could try and come back and then be like, all right, well, damn, I got to shut it down. I can't make a break, or, I can't plant. Like, it's not the same. And so it just, I mean, there's part of it there where you look at it, but I think you're 100% right. Like, Parsons is the only avenue they have, because you can get the most bang for your buck right there, because obviously CeeDee's not going anywhere.
Well, they could trade Jerry if they want. I mean, anybody want Jerry? I mean, he's a multi-billionaire. He knows how to make money. If they could actually move on from him, his sons could trade him. I mean, if somebody wants an 86 or an 87-year-old man, by all means, maybe you'll get something for him, a 6th round, a 5th round pick. I don't know if he's worth that much, but hey, there's got to be something worth his wild or their wild to get something back from Jerry. You're right, Joba. There is nothing out there for them. And if it's not Micah, it's nobody. And right now, Micah is a guy that doesn't want to be there. As you can hear it in any of the podcasts that he's put out there, is that he's got 1 foot out. He doesn't want to be there anymore. He came out and before the season started that, if you don't want me, you don't want to give me a long-term deal, trade me to Pittsburgh. That's where I want to play. So, I mean, he's already trying to pick the team that he wants to play for. And in the NFL, if you don't go where you want, Devontae Adams, Aaron Rodgers, they're going to retire. Or Micah's not going to retire. He'll just say, you know what? I'm not playing. I'm sitting. As we saw Hassan Reddick do it to the Jets all season long. The only reason why Hassan Reddick took the contract, the money and the incentives, is because he doesn't want to be there next year. And he knew that if he didn't sign that contract week 8, he'd be there again next year with the New York Jets, starting over with a new coach and an organization that's in an absolute shambles. So I think it makes a lot of sense on why Micah Parsons has come out and said all the things that he said on his podcast.
You don't think they could get anything for Diggs?
No. Nobody wants him.
That's going to be hard.
Nobody wants his big mouth.
Since his injury.
Nobody's going, even if he was a great corner, which at one point he was. He led the league in interceptions. He hasn't been that good in about 4 years. And yes, Beav, if you're listening to the show right now, I will tell you right to your face, you can call up right now if you want to argue that Diggs is anywhere close to the player he has or was when he came into the league. He's not. He's not even close. As a matter of fact, he's not even a top 15 corner in the league. But you're not getting anything for Diggs. Nobody's going to want a big mouth. Nobody's going to want to be an organization that's going to take a guy that doesn't keep his mouth shut in the locker room, throwing his teammates under the bus. And this has been the Diggs family. This has been their tree is, hey, you know what? I don't like this player. I'm throwing him under the bus. Oh, I don't like the way he does things on the sidelines. Well, I'm throwing him under the bus. I don't like what he's doing right now with Speedy's ass. Oh, well, I'm throwing him under the bus. That's the Diggs family. They don't like it. Adam Schefter reports that the Bears have fired offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. Reports say this decision came because Waldron wanted to bench Caleb Williams. In their matchup versus the Patriots, Williams was seen yelling at Waldron for his play calling. Williams was sacked 9 times versus the Patriots and has been sacked the most of any quarterback this season. LaShawn McCoy said that Williams has superstar traits, but lacks fundamentals in his game. James Jones blames Caleb for getting Waldron fired, saying he's made bad decisions his rookie year. Williams has 1,785 passing yards, 9 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and a 60.5% completion percentage this season. He is a rookie. He's a rookie. I know everybody's going to say, well, look at C.J. Stroud, career record-breaking year. And what is C.J. Stroud doing this year? I told you that C.J. Stroud was going to have a sophomore slump. Is C.J. Stroud having the season that he had his first year? No. Is C.J. Stroud better than Caleb Williams is right now in his rookie season? 100%. But Caleb Williams, it was destined to fail. Destined. If you bring back Eberflus, this guy screwed up Justin Fields. Look what Justin Fields was doing for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He wasn't putting up massive numbers, but Justin Fields was winning. He's a competent quarterback. And he couldn't win games over there with Eberflus. Eberflus was not the guy. I would have brought in a Kingsbury. I would have done everything I possibly can to bring in Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson wanted $15 million. I would have dug into my pockets. The organization should have dug into their pockets and brought in Ben Johnson. There are guys out. Eric Bieniemy. Why does he have a job? There are guys out there that could coach. You need an offensive coordinator. You need an offensive aspect of the game that's going to help this kid grow into the quarterback position. He is now starting off in a bad position. Now you're going to go into a new season with a new offensive coordinator, a new coach, a new everything, and starting a new scheme. This didn't work for Justin Fields. Just think about it this way. Justin Fields, since he's been in the league, has had how many offensive coordinators? 2. How many what does that sound, Speedy? What are you doing over there?
Phone is like frozen.
All right, so shut it off.
I'm trying to. It won't even let me scroll.
Oh, well, then you don't use the phone until it shuts off. It will. It's frozen. Then use your phone. I don't know what to say.
All right, so yeah, I'm going to call type in my number to call for the show.
If there's something wrong, you just we'll reset it after the show. And that's why I tell you to test things before.
I did. It worked before.
Well, it's not. So there you go. But the fact is, Caleb Williams in the situation is destined to fail. He's in a bad position. And again, the problem with the Bears and moving forward with the Bears is strictly, does this kid have confidence now? If they take him out for the rest of the season, if they decide, you know what, I'm going to bench him, I'm going to bring in a veteran guy that's going to play in front of him so he can sit and learn, that takes a quarterback down and out. We've seen this many, many times. We've seen this with quarterbacks. Zach Wilson. Look what happened with Zach Wilson. You brought in Magic Mike. Magic Mike comes in, takes over for the Jets. The players loved him, wore his shirts. Zach Wilson was never the same. That's just one quarterback, even though Zach Wilson sucked. I mean, it doesn't work. If you're going to start a young quarterback like this, and again, go look at Love. Love played behind Aaron Rodgers for 3 years. That's where you are going to learn from some of the greats. Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre for 3 years. These guys learn from the best. And so when they step on the football field, they already know what the reads are, how to call an audible at the line of scrimmage, what they see on the field, what they learn from the great quarterbacks that they played under. That's what Caleb Williams should have started the season as. Sit behind. Trevor Lawrence, too. Look how bad Trevor Lawrence is right now. If I was Jacksonville, when they brought him in, they drafted him, they should have had him sit and ride the bench for one season. That's what I would have done. But everybody says, well, if he's drafted that high, there's no way I'm sitting him on the bench. Really? If you wanted to succeed, you definitely have to do that. Now, C.J. Stroud is unique. He's different. Peyton Manning is unique and different. Okay? Peyton Manning was like a coach on the field. C.J. Stroud was already being prosecuted before he stepped on a football field. He had a lot to prove. And he had a good coach, a young coach that was going to give him a chance to be successful and brought in a good running game. The offensive line played very well in the first season under, good coaching staff. And again, the Texans were successful. And by the way, the Texans have been an organization and a team that have been very, very bad at developing certain players. As we all know, Deshaun Watson, he was not, even though he was a high draft pick and he had 1 or 2 really good seasons with the Texans, we don't know what the Texans knew that was going on in that locker room. But again, That has something to do with coaching. That has something to do up top. You know this, Joba. This has been a problem for a lot of these organizations. They don't know how to control players. They don't know how to control their superstars. And again, going back to the whole situation with Caleb Williams, going into the NFL, he already knew he was the chosen one. Everybody thought he was the next big superstar, including yours truly. So automatically, he thought, hey, you know what? I'm going to be a starting quarterback. I'm going to get the most reps. I'm going to be there. I'm the leader. I'm this. I'm that. I'm making all this money off of all these endorsements. By the way, Caleb Williams made more money in his final season as a college player than any quarterback in history with the NIL deals. He made $5.5 million in his final year playing college ball. So, I mean, Caleb Williams was a millionaire before he stepped on an NFL field. That doesn't show humility. And I think right now, Caleb Williams thinks, hey, you know what? I could say whatever I want. Screw Waldron. Screw Eberflus. I'm the one. I'm the chosen one. And the organization's going to follow me.
Yeah, and when you look at what happened with Fields last year with Eberflus, and Waldron obviously wasn't there, but there was issues with Luke Getsy as well, who, by the way, just got fired by the Raiders too, oddly enough. And you just see the connection that you would think a coach like that would learn from. And Caleb Williams too, learning from like trying to be able to grow when it comes to being coachable. When you have Lincoln Riley, who's a good players coach, he's a positive vibes type guy, and then you go to the NFL and it's a different thing with no matter who the coach is. I'm not saying Eberflus is a good coach. He's probably the worst head coach remaining after Allen got fired by the Saints last week. But even so, that still shows a level of professionalism that these guys have to trust. There's a reason DJ Moore also really wanted to keep Justin Fields. Justin Fields was a great leader for that kind of thing, and he doesn't really have that kind of connection so far this year with Caleb Williams. And really, none of these guys have been overly consistent. And I think a lot of that has to do with Waldron. And Fish and I were talking about it before the show. Like, I think Waldron's kind of devolved from what he was in Seattle. When Seattle made the playoffs 2 years ago, they were using a lot of these concepts to make it work with Geno Smith at quarterback. And Caleb Williams is much more talented than Geno Smith. The Bears' collection of skill players is more talented than Seattle's, even though Seattle is still pretty good. And he made that kind of thing work for them to make the playoffs. And now they're getting really just devolving away from it. Everyone's being ruined. Keenan Allen, Rome Odunze, everybody is being ruined in this offense.
Yeah, I think from, Waldron, and it was funny. I was just looking back at the Bears and all the things that they've done. And I found an article by Courtney Cronin. This is the first time since 1970 that they've changed offensive coordinators in the middle of a season. Like, that just shows you how bad it is. And the Bears have had some rough years. I got some buddies that are lifers for Bears, and they're struggling. But it just shows you the disconnect in what it is. And, to put the blame and we've touched on this on numerous shows, is somebody's got to be the fall guy. Somebody's gonna have to wear that L, and that's just the way it is. And and like you pointed out, Speedy, it's like 2 years ago, and you were in Seattle and with Geno Smith, and how come it didn't translate? Like, why did it not work? And then, obviously you got the quarterback you wanted, but then now you want to sit him. Okay, so yeah, I get you can't go out and throw the ball, but you also play an integral part on making sure to set him up to succeed. And I don't really think he did the best job of that in any way, shape, or form. And it's obviously not all on him, but it comes down to it. There has to be somebody that's a fall guy, and we'll see how Thomas Brown does. Is he gonna be a puppet and figure out, okay, we have to do something and change it, or are they gonna go and make another change? I don't know, but it was just very interesting to see the disconnect and how this is the first time they've done it. And that just shows you how much of it there was to do it at this point, which they, haven't done in 50 years.
Yeah, and conceptually too, Joba, when you look at the types of receivers that they have a good mixture of everything. Odunze is a good, big physical, big body guy. Keenan Allen's a good route runner that gets open on these shorter routes. And they're kind of using him in the wrong way. We talked about with the Jets and Saleh all the time using defensive players in the wrong way, and Nathaniel Hackett using the offensive players. This is the same kind of thing going on here. Keenan Allen is not a deep threat anymore at this point in his career, yet they're trying to use him as one. Cole Kmet is not this intermediate route type guy, but he's good at getting open, yet they're trying to use him as one. And DeAndre Swift has been very inefficient so far in this game. Now, like Errol was saying, I think a lot of it has to do with the offensive line. It's really bad this year, but still, even so, these guys are much better than that. They're creative offenses that overcome bad offensive lines. We've seen them do it with the Giants. We've seen them do it with the Dolphins, with Mike McDaniel. These are better coaches than that. And all of a sudden now you're seeing it with the Bears. It's just not working out with a lot of talent on offense.
All right, who do we have on the phone?
All right, Jeff.
How could you guys not see this coming with Caleb Williams? Of course he sucks donkey dicks. You're talking about the same kid that after every interception thrown would run up into the stands to hug his mommy at USC and cry in her arms, literally. Like, there isn't a person on the planet that shouldn't have seen this coming. That is not the behavior of an adult. And I realize, 18, 19, 20, they're still young people and whatever. You should still be past crying in your mommy's arms after losing a game.
It shows his competitive nature. What are you talking about, Jeff? If he's
Jabba,
let
me ask you a question, Jabba. Every time you gave up a home run,
don't ask Jabba. Jabba has a different personality. Yeah, everybody's got their own personalities. Everybody does.
Name another athlete after every loss would go in the stands and cry.
Not every loss. Stop that, Jeff. He did it twice. Okay. And again, you're going to throw him under the bus and say because he cried, he's not going to be a good quarterback in the NFL. It shows emotion. It shows that he loves the game.
You got to be able to accept wins and losses and good performances.
All right. All right.
And just because you have a couple of bad performances, you need a hug from he was running up there mid-game to hug him. The game wasn't even over. He was crying, hugging his mother.
All right. So C.J. Stroud was crying because he thought he wasn't going to be drafted as a number 2 pick in the draft. He cried on national television. And you're going to tell me he's a baby because he cried? No, it's not.
Different.
He's the quarterback. He's out there.
Different.
I'm going to prove you guys wrong. I'm going to prove everybody wrong. Thank you, Texan and Texan Nation. I'm going to show you what I can do. You're going to tell me he's a baby? Because he showed emotion? No, it's not. He showed emotion. He shows emotion. How is it different? How is it different, Jeff? Tell me.
Because that's accumulation of a lifetime achievement, and he wants to prove people wrong. Everyone is going to lose games in your life. And if you're going to cry after every loss, that's terrible.
He didn't cry after every loss.
He didn't?
No, he didn't, Jeff. I love Caleb Williams, and you know that. He didn't cry off every loss.
That's probably why you're defending.
No, because I seen him cry. He cried twice. And listen, that shows emotion. If anything, I want my quarterback to do that. I want him to express his emotion on the football field. Who doesn't want to have no emotion? If you don't have emotion, you don't have a heart. And I'm sorry.
You can't be that big of a crybaby as a quarterback, and that's
Stop,
it. You just can't be.
Stop.
You just can't be. You can't be the beef. That dude cried after every loss.
Now you're gonna blame the beef?
Oh no, I'm actually like on cloud 9 with this whole Cowboys thing. I love the fact that he's miserable. I'm glad they're fucking it up. So happy they're messing it up.
Jeff, they're building the exhibit for Ezekiel Elliott in the Beef Museum.
Yeah, I mean, and they should be trading everything. They should trade Dak Prescott for everything they can. This is like the third season-ending injury this guy has had. I mean, come on, let's move on.
Well, they're not going to trade him because they just gave him a long-term deal, and
which means you should be able to get something back from another team, right?
Yeah, but I don't see any team right now digging into their pockets and paying Dak Prescott. I don't see it. Not especially coming from a major injury like this hamstring problem. There's
a million teams out there that need quarterback, like the Raiders or all these other. The Panthers wouldn't trade for him in a heartbeat.
I don't know this for sure, but Speedy, is this the same leg that he tore his hamstring? Is the same leg he bent backwards? Mm-hmm. It's the same leg. There's no way anybody's giving or trading for Dak Prescott.
I'd trade CD Lamb.
No friggin' way.
I'd trade everything. Start over. Burn it down.
They're not trading CD Lamb because he's really the face of the organization now. Why would they do that? And they're going to bring in, if they want it to be accommodating, if they want to accommodate a coach, there's no way they're trading away CD Lamb. There's no way.
there's no point in having a Ferrari if you can't take it out of the garage.
Well, how do you know they can't take it out of the garage? If they're bringing Ben Johnson or any of these guys, anybody that's an offensive-minded coach that can help bring these guys back to prominent form. Right. And this is a team. This is a team that's made the playoffs back to back years. They made the playoffs.
Yeah, but here's the problem, dude. You are one of these people that's actually coming up with logical solutions for the Cowboys. And you know goddamn well they're not going to do any one of them. They're going to choose the one that fucks it up the most.
I know. I'm a Jet fan. I know all about it.
So stop coming up with reasonable things. Like if you're like, oh, well, Ben Johnson would be good there. Great. They're going to bring in Adam Gase.
Bambi's going to the Cowboys.
Adam Gase is never getting another coaching job in the NFL. No.
Well, that just tells you he's the perfect Cowboy.
They'll make a specific position just for Jason Garrett again.
It makes more sense for Bill Belichick to go to the Jaguars because he gets to run that organization than go anywhere else. I do not. For all the Cowboy fans that think that that's going to happen, it's never going to happen. So I'm just.
I had this conversation with somebody else, and the realistic thing for Bill Belichick is going to be because he's only going to coach for 3 years. Like that's all you're getting. He's like a 76-year-old man, right? So how long is he going to coach? It's why he didn't get the job in Atlanta because they want someone. Everyone wants Bill Belichick, but Bill Belichick 20 years ago, where they believe that they could have you for 20 years. No one wants to hire the guy because they know he's only going to be there maximum 3 years. So Mike Vrabel is more of an option than Bill Belichick.
Listen, I like Mike Vrabel. I think he would be a great option for the Cowboys. I think he's a great fit for them. He'll help out the defense. Maybe that draws Micah Parsons to want to stay there. But Micah Parsons on his way out. He does not want to be there. He for some reason, I don't know if anybody looks at when Tomlin does post things on social media during the offseason. Micah likes everything. He likes everything. So that's where he wants to go. I mean, he went to school in Pennsylvania. So, I mean, that's where I think he wants to play. And could you imagine him and Watt on the defensive line? I mean, that's scary good. And it's only going to make Micah Parsons a better player because he's not going to be double and triple teamed. But what are they going to have to give up for him?
It could be good. The problem that you're running into is the problem that the Cowboys run into every year. Because
Money?
You go, oh, my God, Dexter Lawrence and Micah Parsons and this guy. Well, people are going to be playing out of position, and they don't excel when they play out of position. Like, if you have too many guys in the same position, you're going to have to move one of them because they're still a name. You still want them on the field, and they're not going to be as effective. So you're better off getting someone that can play opposite of where TJ Watt plays, and that's his main position, than figuring out, oh, can we just get this guy and see if he can play over there?
Oh, I would agree with you, Jeff, but guess what? We said that about the Jets, and the Jets like to dig, put the hand in the cookie jar, and it never worked. So, and you could see
that's what I'm saying. It doesn't work when you just get a bunch of names and then you go, oh, we'll figure it out. Like, you shouldn't be doing that.
There are certain teams that can do that. As Pittsburgh are one of those teams, I trust Mike Tomlin to do it than any other these other coaches we've mentioned. I don't trust Mike McCarthy. I don't trust Eberflus, as we all know. Even Bill Belichick right now. We saw after Tom Brady that he is not the same coach. Now, that doesn't mean that Bill Belichick can't figure it out with a competent quarterback. I think he could. I just don't know if he really has the heart to do it anymore. Like you said, Jeff, he's 76 years old. So there's a lot of
I think he's 76 or 77. I don't know. He's up there.
There's a lot of ifs.
No, he's 72.
72. So actually, he's actually younger than you thought.
Whatever. It's the same thing, dude. You're in your 70s. I mean, you're on your last leg.
Well, I mean, Speedy.
Shit, my dad's 73. Give him some years. Damn, Jeff.
Joba, come on, man. You know what I'm saying. These guys were like, let's be honest now. Nothing against your dad. I don't know if he moves like my dad or whatever. You're going to have a 75-year-old man on the sidelines with these young kids flying around when we're going to run sweep left and it comes towards the sideline. Do you trust a 75-year-old man to get out of the way, or do you think he's getting both his legs broke?
If my dad's in rabbit mode, he's getting out of the way. My dad don't walk. He's on a scooter, baby.
That's because your dad's a jackrabbit.
Well, congratulations to your dad for being half jackrabbit, but we've seen how Bill Belichick moves. He's getting two broken legs.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Jeff.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense to have it. It doesn't work. Look at how terrible it was watching Joe Paterno run out of the tunnel every week. That was pathetic.
We're not getting into that. Jeff, thank you for calling.
I'm not getting into the situation. I'm talking about an old man coach.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, a lot of these coaches, look at Nick Saban. I think he was 79, 80 years old at the tail end of his college career as a head coach over there in Alabama. But he would have stayed there for another 4 years if it wasn't for these NIL deals that he was complaining
Saban
about.
is not 79.
He's old. Yes, he is.
He's only 73.
Yeah, I think he's younger than Belichick. I think he's.
I think he's older. Let's look up Nick Saban.
He's 73.
He's 73. So he's
Yeah.
older than Bill. He's older than Bill.
By a year, but that's also still not 79.
73, and he just turned 73. So.
Look at
October 31st.
What the job I can relate to. Did you see either this past year or the year before Tony La Russa try to run out of the dugout?
Oh, that did hurt.
Horrific. Yeah. That guy looked like he was running for a porta potty with a stomach full of Taco Bell.
Bruce Bochy's tough to watch walk to the mound as well, too.
Like it's just he's not going to last that much. If you hire a 72-year-old guy to be your head coach, right? Jerry Jones hires him because he makes Jerry Jones seem young, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much longer, realistically, how much longer is he going to be around?
Not long. Probably 3 years.
When he left coaching, he was the oldest coach in the league. You're telling me you're going to bring back?
Well,
it's going to be the
Pete
oldest coach in the league.
Pete Carroll was the oldest coach in the league. He was second. So.
Well, it's the same. Yeah, 6 months, big deal. You're 6 months a year. Like, come on. What are we doing?
I'm just arguing. You know, I like to argue with you. So
I just want the Cowboys to keep making the worst choices possible because the bitch from Bayshore deserves it.
Jeff, thank you.
Deserves it.
Thank
He's
you.
a miserable little prick.
Jeff, he's out of his mind, man. He's lost it. I feel bad for the Beef. Beef. Now, after we get our guest on for the first Joba in the Mouth episode, we will introduce him in just a few moments. I just want to let you know, Beef, if you want to call up the show and attack the old Jeffer, you're more than welcome to. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time and the first episode of Joba in the Mouth, we will be talking to former Royals, Red Sox, Padres, and Cub. And could have been a Yankee. Could have been a Yankee, but the Yankees screwed that one up. First baseman, Eric Hosmer. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
Yes, sir, it's Scoops with the Loudmouth Sports Minute on the first ever episode of Joba in the Mouth. And as we start off, money is pouring in San Francisco because the 49ers just signed cornerback Diamador Lenore to a 5-year, $92 million contract. And Lenore is the young corner having a great back-to-back career years, is a key piece now for the 49ers going forward. While flying over to New York now, the Jets are going to be claiming center Connor McGovern off of waivers as he had just had a short stint with the Saints. McGovern will be returning to the salvage of this poor offensive line. Lastly, after missing 4 games with a hamstring injury on IR, the Eagles' left tackle Jordan Mailata will be a full participant today in practice and is likely to play this Sunday against the Commanders. Now we'll finish off with Scoops' scores. The NBA Cup is actually underway. The Knicks have a 50-48 lead over the Sixers, heading into halftime with a minute left in the second quarter. The Celtics currently have a 79-66 lead over the Hawks in the third quarter, while the Pistons have a 64-59 lead over the Heat, also in the third quarter. The Magic have a 69-59 lead over the Hornets in the third quarter with 6 minutes remaining, while in the first quarter, the Bucks have a 24-21 lead over the Raptors. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now, so I'm going to kick it back to the boys for their guest on Joba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
Out of a jar. Like, what the fuck? Pain. Tender. Connor McGovern. Ladies and gentlemen, for all you Jet fans, I'll drink to that. Connor friggin' McGovern. That's what you're bringing back? Terrible. What a horrible organization. Oh my God, I am so done with the New York freaking Jets. Colin McGovern. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. That just ruined the whole show. Colin McGovern. This is what the Jets are bringing back. That idiot, that guy can stop a nosebleed. What the hell are they doing? I have no idea. By the way, Ulbrich, go sit on and eat a hot dog with Mark Sanchez. You stink. You're horrible. By the way, Mark Sanchez, his whole play-by-play career, by the way, that was horrible this weekend. Horrible. I don't know what the NFL and Fox is doing right now, but they're paying an idiot. That guy, he's better off hanging out with those girls in the locker room. Remember that picture, Speedy, that video that he had up? That stupid. That's the one thing that stood out to me with the New York Jets. That and the tattoo on Rex Ryan's ass. Oh, my God. 631-672-3108. You're listening to the first episode of Joba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Mr. Joba Chamberlain and Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Joba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I didn't want to take anything away from you, Eric. I know I had to go crazy because Connor McGovern, this is what we're hearing. Us Jet fans are so excited with Connor McGovern.
Listen, I was on when Jeff was just on. Between that, you, the Jets rant, and I'm a Giant fan, so I'm pissed off too. I loved every part of that. Keep going.
Well, thank you, Eric. I mean, just because you're a Giant fan makes me even more sick.
Oh man, I tell you what, I don't know what it's a better state of mind to be in if you're a Jet fan or if you're a Giant fan. It's two tough programs to watch right now.
I'll give it to you. I'd rather be a Giant fan. Why the hell would I want to be a Jet fan? They haven't won since 1969. I wasn't even thought of in my mom's pancreas or whatever the hell I was born out of her. Probably her ass. She shit me out. I mean, seriously, I have no idea what's going on with this organization. This team is just an absolute joke of an organization. And that's what you're going to sell me? Connor McGovern? Connor McGovern. That's what you're selling me. Great. Wonderful. We're now talking to former Royals, Red Sox, Padres, and Cubs first baseman, Eric Hosmer. Eric, what's up, buddy?
How we doing, guys? Good to see you, Joba. What's up, man? I haven't seen you in a while.
Man, just hanging like a booger. Just living the dream.
Oh, man, I love it. Hey, this guy Joba, I will say first and foremost, one of the coolest teammates I've ever had. Obviously, Joba getting called up, being in New York early on in his career. I got to get him when he was a veteran. Man, it was so cool to hang out with Joba on and off the field. So when you texted me to come on here, man, I was excited. I'm excited to be here.
Well,
no, thanks for coming on. I appreciate it. How's dad life, dog?
Dude, I was just looking at my shirt. I had drool. My daughter was napping on me. I had drool all over it. It's new, man. We're man-to-man coverage now, so we're getting used to it.
Yeah, no doubt. Mine's in college, so I'm just living the dream.
Wild.
I know. Think about him just running in the clubhouse, and now his ass is running on a college campus.
Crazy, man. It just flies by, I'm sure, huh?
Yeah, he texted me today. He's like, "Dad, I need molds," and I'm like, "All right, I'm on it." It's always something.
Don't lie. You're running on a college campus because you know what you're looking for. Stop it.
I mean, he is 6'4" and shredded, so.
Daddy's got a brand new bag when he goes on that college.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh man, he's gonna be living a good life in college, dude. Especially if he's looking to go to a big
My neck
D1.
hurt when we moved him in. My shit was up top. I don't know what was going on.
Job is in his room with binoculars outside.
Can't wait to go visit.
Oh yeah, this is great.
Definitely, Job is not going to just to visit his son. He's going to go check out the scenery. I think I would too. So that's Joba. I'm getting to know Joba a little bit, and I know he's not going to be blinded to see what's in front of him. And if he is, we have to bring Speedy. Speedy, what do you think? What do you think you're going to see out there in the open with Nebraska people? What are you going to see? Hot women's butts, legs.
According to what Joba, yeah, probably. I know Joba's up with the milking, so I'm sure we're going to see a lot of that.
Well, if you like milk, would you like to milk?
I'm not milking anything.
No, you have to milk somebody. Who
I
would
don't
you
drink a lot of milk.
No, I'll leave that to Joba.
Oh, so
So wait, is Speedy taking the trip down to College Town to visit with you, Joba, or what we got? We're gonna bring Speedy out for a night.
Yeah, we have to. Like, I think we got a lot planned. We're gonna open his eyes to a lot of different things. He's gonna milk
I'm
his.
trying to
friends
keep
and
my eyes
help him.
open, Joba. It'll be hard.
I'm happy for you, Speedy. Enjoy
Yeah,
it, buddy.
you can't close them. You got to enjoy it. You got to embrace it.
You got to touch him. You got to touch him.
I'm going to touch my eyes. Okay.
Well, you can touch up in front of your eyes, right?
I could.
Yeah, we're gonna let you touch other things too, Speedy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
You're really honored, Joba.
And you got
You guys might have to vlog this. You're gonna have to vlog this, Joba. Get some cameras to follow you guys. We're gonna have to watch this.
100%.
You got to grab, you got to spank, you got to do all those things.
Oh God.
But guess what? I'm not standing in front of you. You're not spanking me. You're gonna.
Oh no, I don't want to spank you.
Well, if you want to, you could do that.
I don't
but,
want to spank you.
You know, you don't want to get me around. Anyways, Eric. I mean, obviously, you're retired and you're enjoying the retired life. Like Joba was telling, the fans that you're a father. What is it like, stepping away from baseball and just like spending time with the family?
It's great, man, but at the same time, it's tough and it's different because baseball, your schedule, your day to day, I mean, it's mapped out to the minute for you. And you now retirement, there's really no schedule. You don't know kind of what your day to day is. You're trying to find stuff to do, trying to stay busy, trying to be productive. And I just find myself in the way a lot of the time. So I'm still adjusting to that retirement life right now, especially at the house.
So the 2014 Royals, the playoff run, the first one, there was a wild card team beating the Angels the way they did the Orioles. What was that kind of run like? Is like kind of they were thought of more of a surprise team. Obviously, the Tigers, who Joba was playing for, I believe at the time, were the division winners. But then, and you guys made it as a wild card and went all the way to the World Series. What was that like?
Yeah, it was a magical couple weeks, man, because honestly, we were fighting at the end to get a playoff spot. And just to get to the playoffs was a big deal for Kansas City. It had been since 85. And the Detroit Tigers, man, they were the big bad bullies of the Central. I mean, we tried everything from shots before the game to playing different music downstairs, and we could not beat these guys. I mean, you guys had our number. So we get off that wild card game against the A's. It was a crazy back and forth game. We win that. We go play the Angels, and as we're playing the Angels, we're still kind of blacked out from the wild card excitement. All of a sudden, Baltimore is beating you guys, and it's like we have a real chance of this because there's no way in hell we're getting through Detroit. But now that Baltimore's taking care of them, we feel like we got a shot. So that kind of gave us momentum seeing you guys go down to Baltimore as well. I hate to bring it up, but, I mean, we couldn't get through you guys. There was nothing we could do to beat you guys.
I pitched like donkey ass that series too.
It was, man.
I think I had like 100 ERA or something. It was bad.
Man, that's the thing about the playoffs. You go the whole year, 162 games, and these guys ball out, and you take a handful of games, and all of a sudden, especially, back in the New York days, like going through that market, that is just so magnified and glorified, which I get, but that's the different pressures of going through New York, which I don't know about. You knew fully about.
Yeah, I mean, it gets and I think we saw it a little bit, obviously, in this playoffs too, which how you can have a great regular season and then it just gets magnified so much when it comes to the playoffs and just because of what it is. And it definitely obviously gets magnified 10 times, as you continually go and get to that point of either, getting to the World Series, winning or losing. So I mean, it's just, it's crazy how, you can look at, two guys that are going to win the MVP this year in both the AL and NL that didn't have great postseasons. I mean, they obviously helped in different ways, but, you had other guys step up that become that. And I think what was so great about you guys is first of all, you all came up together. And I think that's a huge part of it. But also, too, I think what it was there was always somebody to step up. Like you didn't rely on one person because, I mean, at that point, as you guys were coming, like there wasn't like a true superstar. You guys were all stars. And everybody just, I mean, coming into that clubhouse was one of the easiest things I've ever done. I mean, it obviously helps when your platinum gold glove left fielder is a kid you grew up with.
That's right. Go Big Red.
Played with him and did everything. See, there's our Nebraska one. I told you we get one every segment. There it is. I didn't even have to do it this time, assholes.
All right.
Hey, you guys are legends out that way, man. The Midwest, Nebraska, Kansas City, Missouri, those places, they love their sports teams, and you guys were definitely getting the Go Big Red chants everywhere we went, dude.
Oh, it was fantastic. And
hell yeah, dude.
It was so fun. And like even the next year, like when Ned came over and gave me my ring, and we were playing opening weekend when I was with Cleveland, and still we went out after the game. All of us went out together, and of course the boys were stealing the dip out of my back pocket, not even asking. I was like, man, some things.
Oh yeah,
such a fun group. I mean,
it was easy to come up together. You're right, because it didn't have like the one prospect wasn't all on the pressure for him to save, the organization. It was kind of on us as a group to come up. And then, like you said, man, we had so much fun off the field, the plane rides, getting into hotel rooms, going to someone's room to play cards, late night, whatever it was. Man, those were the best times. I'll never forget too. One time we flew into Detroit, and Joba was having people over his room to play some cards, hang out, ordering room service, some beers or whatnot. And Johnny Gomes was next to me in my room. So he knocks on my door before we're about to head out. And we head out, and he just grabs this big ass like plant from the lobby and just carries it with him in the elevator. And I'm like, what are you doing, bro? And he goes, listen, kid, you never show up to a party empty handed. And then he knocked on Joba's door, handed him the plate. We just went in there and started hanging out. It was so good.
That was Nebraska. That was the Nebraska. I mean, Nebraska, I've never been to Nebraska, but if I've ever been there, I mean, it's farmlands and everything. So if I'm walking into something, I'm a Walmart or something like that, you're definitely going to grab whatever is sitting there. And it's probably flowers, right? Over there in Nebraska, it's probably like plants and crap. That's what they're, because over here in New York, the first thing that you walk into, it's like in summertime, it's like what do they call them? Blow pops or whatever the hell they have, all the stuff that you like to blow, right, Speedy? You like pop things?
Blow pops are like bubble gum pops. Like I don't want those.
There's college right there, huh? Yeah.
Either way, we were talking to former Royals, Red Sox, Padres, and Cubs first baseman Eric Hosmer. Eric, in 2017, you had your best season. You played in 162 games. You were fantastic. I mean, you had 25 home runs, 94 RBIs. You were actually in the MVP running. I mean, I think you were 14th. I'm looking at it right now, 14th.
Hell yeah, baby.
You had a really good season. At the end of the season, there were conversations that the Yankees were interested in you. I remember it. And I know you grew up a big Yankee fan, and you would have loved to play over there in Yankee Stadium. Who wouldn't want to wear pinstripes? Everybody wants to wear pinstripes. And it just fell through. I don't know what happened. Do you remember that? And when you were a free agent, where did you really want to go?
I mean, I tell you what, man, there was definitely a dream of mine to play with the Yankees at some point in time. I mean, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. I think 90% of the league would say it's a dream to play for the Pinstripes in the Bronx and New York. But honestly, it never came down to really a tough decision. I think that was really the first year the Yankees had a core group of younger guys. Greg Bird was a big first base prospect for them, and they decided they were going to let those guys kind of try and do what we did in Kansas City, come up as a group and change the narrative there. But that's what's weird, man. You look at the Yankees now, and I definitely don't want to put Joba in a weird spot, but it's almost like the Dodgers are doing what the Yankees used to do, because it's been a while now. And the Yankees, especially after not winning after a year, that would make them even more motivated to go out and get more free agents, get more players. And you just really haven't seen that from the Yankees in a while, man. So I'm kind of hoping this year changes that narrative, because they went to the World Series, came up short. Everything that happened with Cole, they're going to have more money in their pocket. So I'm kind of hoping to see them get back to their old ways and go out there and get every dog on the free agent market.
So where you did going, ended up with a Fernando Tatis, a big personality, one of the biggest ones in baseball. Was he like that when you were there in 2018 and 2019? And what is he like off the field?
Fernando's a beast, man. I love everything about Fernando. And honestly, man, he was the one guy that I was like 9-10 years into my career, and I'd never seen superstar treatment, really, especially, not being in a big market, nothing like that. Fernando was the first guy. I'll never forget, we were in Arizona, and he went to walk out from the dugout to the on deck circle, and there was just a rush of fans, kids, everybody that went down to the net to get his picture. And I mean, we had to start up in the security at the hotel because people were there for him, and he was getting hit up on Instagram by all these big time celebrities showing him love and respect. So he really was that first like next level superstar I got to witness, and it was cool to see it begin. And he's a beast, man. He's a savage.
Who would? Okay, let me ask you this question because everybody always asks me too. We all have like our favorites or whatever, but like, who was one that surprised you that you played with that you wouldn't expect to be like either like funny or like, oh, I probably ain't gonna kick it with this dude?
Yeah,
mine's like Musina. Never thought like we would have anything. First of all, he does his crosswords and pin. I can't even do a damn crossword.
That's ballsy.
Tractors. And I was just a young kid growing up, and I loved baseball, and I just bugged him, and I bugged him, and he got moved to the pen in 2008 for the playoffs, and like he came up and he gave me a hug. And he was like, "Thanks for making this fun," because it was a rough year for him. And so that was one that stands out to me. Is there one that stands out to you where you're like, I didn't think like we'd either kick it or he would be like somebody I'd want to hang out with?
Yeah, so there's kind of two to this. So one, Johnny Gomes, he was a guy that I thought when he was coming over, I thought this dude was just a funny ass dude, hilarious, coming over to create a good time, whatever. I didn't realize how locked in he was day to day. I mean, this guy on the computer, he's finding tips, telling people, hey, come look at this. When this dude looks this way or he's looking this way, he's going to pick off or go home. You can steal this base. That I didn't realize. But to answer your question, dude, Rich Hill, when I got traded over to Boston, this dude is fucking hilarious, man. And he is so good in the clubhouse. He's so good with the younger dudes. He can snap at, like, when he's pitching, he snaps and he's locked in and wants to compete and wants to win. But, dude, that guy, I did not think and know how funny and how much I would like him. But that is one that sticks to my mind, Rich Hill, Big Dick Mountain over there in Boston. He's the man, dude. He's awesome. He's incredible. He really is.
Big Dick Mountain. I've never heard that before. Speedy, have you ever heard about the mountain? You've heard about mountains?
I have heard that.
Speedy knows about that one
before.
You know about what mountain? What mountain do you know looks like a big penis?
I don't know.
I mean, pick a mountain.
I don't have a
pick a mountain. Pick a freak, whatever. Give me a mountain.
The one where you're gonna ingest so much water you can't speak.
You were an idiot, man. We are talking to former Royals, Red Sox, Padres, and Cubs first baseman Eric Hosmer. You know, Eric, there's a lot of good first basemen in the league, but at the time that you were a dominant force at that position, who stood out to you at your position more than anybody else? And who in the league right now do you believe is the best all-around first baseman in all of baseball?
Yeah, so the guy that I would always look up to was Mark Teixeira. I mean, he was the first baseman for the Yankees. He got the big contract. He was represented by Scott Boras. So that was kind of the goal. You know, he prided himself on being a good defender too. I always wanted to kind of be that. Joey Votto also was a guy that really changed the game, man. He was the next level. He took hitting as far as, you know, not swinging at bad pitches, all that stuff. Today, in my opinion, Freddie Freeman has just walked away and ran away with being the best at that position now. I mean, what he continues to do, how much better he continues to get. I thought it was him and Goldschmidt there neck and neck for a while, but I think Freddie has really, really separated himself, especially after this postseason. I mean, that grand slam in the first game was iconic. That'll be a statue in front of LA Dodger Stadium one day.
So I know Joba's player in this magnitude is Kevin Youkilis. Is there one player you just could not stand in your career?
Man, that's a tough one, dude. I mean, personality wise, no. I feel like as a pitcher, you definitely have that one hitter or the guy that's just that speed guy. You can't stand to see him up and then he's on first or whatnot. But nah, man, there wasn't really anybody that stuck out to me like that. There was obviously pitchers that were nasty and I didn't want to face, but sorry, Speedy, no assholes I can really get on right now, man. I enjoyed everybody.
G-spots? I mean, if there's no assholes, how about G-spots? Speedy likes a lot of different G-spots.
I don't know about that.
You've never seen anything about a G-spot?
I've never seen anything about a G-spot, no.
But I mean, everybody's seen a G-spot. Have you ever felt a G-spot?
No, maybe I have to climb that mountain, apparently.
Just not Big Dick Mountain. You can climb another one, Speedy.
maybe I'll do that when I go see Joba in Nebraska. Whatever mountain exists there.
Oh, we'll find you a mountain, that's for sure.
Just gotta find that little nipple.
I believe in you, Speedy. You can do it.
Oh God!
There he is. What a drop in! Oh man!
Wow! There it is.
Oh,
boy, fish.
Dynamite drop in from the production squad back there.
Well, somebody's got to do it. If you want to check him out, OnlyFans, go check out Speedy. I mean, he's got a couple thousand following him all over social media. There you go. And then you can use your Men in Black memory eraser. Speedy has one in his back pocket.
I wish I did to remember the last minute that you were just speaking.
It is evolution. Eric, there's a lot of personalities, and I'm sure you played against personalities that really stood out the most. One of the guys I couldn't stand was Curt Schilling. I respect him as a person, as a broadcaster. I think a lot of people believe that Curt Schilling should be in the Hall of Fame. And anybody that doesn't is an idiot. This guy deserves it, but I guess he's politically, sound in many different ways, and he says a lot of stupid things, and maybe that's hurt him over the years. There are a couple of players that we believe should be in the Hall of Fame. Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, and I still believe Mark McGwire should be in the Hall of Fame. Do you agree, and why?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think they should be in, man. And listen, I understand, the violation of the rules. It was a different era. There's arguments to it all over the place. But at the end of the day, I mean, you still have to hit the baseball. You have to have the hand-eye, the pitches that are coming at you. It's still very hard to do. There's no question it helps you out. And it definitely is a performance enhancer. But at the same time, it shouldn't take away too much from the skill that these guys have. So I definitely think they should be in there. For me, Barry Bonds is the best hitter of all time, for sure, the best left-handed hitter of all time.
Yeah, I don't disagree too, and God rest his soul, but I think Pete Rose should be in too as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just the things that he's done or whatever. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens if it's a committee vote or whatever happens. But it's it's one of those things where he was already a Hall of Famer before whatever he did or whatever he didn't do, and, that's the one part that I really look at, and I'm like, he was already a Hall of Famer before, if you hit against me your whole career, you'd been a Hall of Famer because you hit 500 off of me. So,
oh, dude, you guys, I'm telling you, you were one of those guys, man, especially later on. It's like there's no worse feeling than when one of his best pitches is the slider and he's going to throw that to you. But at the same time, he's got 99 in his back pocket. So the hitting coach is saying, hey, man, he might throw the slider, see it up here. But at the same time, you got 99 in your back pocket. And that was not fun to go up there and have that as your game plan. That's for sure.
Well, you did. Obviously you did all right. No extra base hits, though. It was only singles. I got you once. You're in my book. You're in my book.
Yeah. I can single you to death, dude. Maybe a double, but I wasn't homering off many guys. I had only, a handful of those, but I would get my knock every now and then.
Oh yeah.
Joba likes to lick his fingers. I don't know if you've ever seen him do that. His hands are always in his mouth. And Speedy,
hey, I'm good. I'm good with you doing that, but the stuff that these guys were putting on the balls towards the end of my career, I was seeing some pitches that I've never seen before, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? So
I could never do that. I tried it one time. No bullshit. I tried it one time and I broke our bullpen catcher's collarbone because I spiked it.
Yeah. That's why there's so many of these crazy ass wild pitches you see now, because there's too much tack, whatever it is. But that's a whole nother discussion.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Joba's, licking his fingers and has got to grab that ball. Jorge Posada used to piss on his hands before the game. You're practically, licking Jorge Posada's pee, whatever.
When you put it all together, you're not lying. When you put it all together, you got a point.
In my mouth, so it's.
What are you doing?
I mean, let's just be honest.
Icky.
We've all had a good run. Haas
We've
and I have had some good runs.
No doubt, man. We had some good times. Definitely did. Speedy, huh? Good times back in the day, Speedy.
Yeah, they were good times. Unfortunately, they were against my team one year. Unfortunately, I'm a Mets fan, so you guys got.
Oh no, Speedy.
Speedy got the runs.
See, I knew you guys would win though because the Mets that year were like historically bad at holding on base runners, and you guys were like a master of stealing bases. So like, yeah, I
Just
kind
a
of
bad matchup.
Yeah, it was, and I had a feeling. I was actually hoping to. I knew you guys would beat the Blue Jays. Everyone was so on the Blue Jays bandwagon because they were so hot in the second half of the season. The way they won with that walk off, and I'm like, no, you guys are still going to beat them. But I wanted the Blue Jays to win because I'm like, oh god, they're just going to run all over the Mets. These big bulky pitchers, I don't know how to hold on base runners.
Dude, I thought the Mets were on a magical run this year, man. That was some crazy comebacks early on in the playoffs.
Oh yeah.
Just think, Haas. If you've never heard it, he used the words big and bulky. Just think about that. Big and bulky.
Yeah, big and bulky. Just don't, Eric, whatever you do, just don't use a Noah Syndergaard's workout routine because he woke up 30 pounds just to get hurt in spring training. And
Oh no.
just don't do that.
Oh man.
Speaking of holding runners on, how crazy, think about this, Terrence Gordon never got a hit, but won World Series, and all he did was come in to steal bases. That's literally all he did. Why is my son calling me right now?
He was hearing about the mountains in
He
Nebraska.
knows we're live.
What are you doing?
Yeah, he's fired up for this college trip. He's like, Speedy's coming too.
Haas
Huh?
is on
Let's
right
go.
now.
Could you imagine Speedy on a college,
You wanna come
college
on?
area with all the women walking around with short skirts? I mean,
Where
look
you
at
at?
him. Speedy after dark.
I mean, but here's the thing.
Speedy after dark.
Here's the
There-
thing. Here's
that's
the thing,
great.
Eric. Don't let him fool you. Errol will sometimes have the biggest frat boy brain ever.
You don't want me to get on a college.
This is a great dynamic, dude.
Not
You
one.
guys bring some energy on this show. I love this.
It's very interesting. And I know Joba is, he's drinking his beer. He's enjoying himself as he always is. And by the way, he's wearing the hat, one in the pink, two in the stink. Speedy, you know all about that.
No, I don't. You like to claim I do.
Well, which one?
Spreading false rumors.
Well, you like to spread the cheeks.
Don't fall for false rumors.
But you like to spread the cheeks. You
I don't
told
know.
me.
I don't know where you hear this.
You
or what
told
voice you
me.
think was mine.
But you're the one who told me that you like to spread cheeks.
I don't know which one of you put together some kind of voice recording to prank Errol. Job, I would hope it's not you.
I mean, I like to clap cheeks, but I mean, it's, At the same
It's getting
time,
Speedy after dark. We're rolling right into
Yeah.
Speedy after dark.
Haas, tell us a little bit about Moonball. Tell us why you started that and what direction, and obviously we want to support you in that aspect.
Hell yeah, appreciate it.
What made that come about?
Yeah, man. So, I mean, I think as you would say as well, it was kind of like it's kind of frowned upon for us to do this, right? Have a podcast, have any kind of media career, so to speak. I felt like when we were playing, that wasn't really the look, or that wasn't what guys were going for. But I think now we're all seeing a bunch of different sports doing the player-driven media stuff, giving their perspective to the fans on the business side, baseball, the instructional side, doing all kinds of things. So for me, man, that's kind of where I was at. After I got released with the Cubs, I felt like instead of bouncing around another year or two, I just felt like I could be more valuable than that 25th, 26th man to the roster. And this is where the idea came up for the podcast, for the media company, just to kind of share perspective, be able to call a guy like you, get on and talk pitching for young kids to see, for minor league kids to see, coaches, whoever, and just my way of giving back to the game. But at the same time, being able to be at home and spend some time with my kids, because man, it'd be cool as shit to coach and manage and do that. But I mean, you're back on the road 8-9 months out of the year. You're not really spending much time at the house. So it's kind of, you got to pick a side.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting too, because I had my son when I was a junior in college, and just getting now Karter being in college and being gone and doing that, but then getting to see the last bit of his high school career, not only playing baseball, but he's playing basketball, and just the cool things that he got to do, and seeing that. So yeah, I 100% get it, and it's it's great. And like I said, if there's anything that we can do to help you in any aspect, dude, don't be afraid to reach out. And
Appreciate you,
obviously
man.
we'll have you on again. And
Hell yeah, dude. And I got to get you on too.
Yeah, for sure. I don't charge very much, so it's
yeah, we do. So we do it all, live on set, that type of thing. We're trying to make the rounds in spring training, and we just backload a bunch of episodes for Digging Deep. So like last year, we went to Arizona for 4 days. We got 15 different episodes out there, and then I think this year we want to do a Tampa run or Florida. So if you're out there during spring, we got to get you on for sure.
Yeah, I'll be back and forth. Card schedule is out now, so I kind of have an idea of when I can move and shake a little bit. But
okay,
we can, they make planes for a reason.
Yes, dude. And the media company, our offices are in Jersey City, man. So if you guys are ever in the city, we'll catch up, get a beer, or just shoot the shit, man. Speedy, you can come too, bro. Come on.
Listen, it's a perfect name, Digging Deep. I mean, seriously. I mean, Speedy, you like to dig deep, right?
I do not.
You've never dig deep before?
I maybe metaphorically, but not physically. I don't have the stamina that these two ex-baseball players.
I mean, he likes to dig deep. He's trying to find the G, right, Speedy?
Clearly not. That would take way too much effort to be able to do that and too much stamina.
That's incredible.
Yeah,
incredible.
Jersey City, you need to, if you ever get up there, you need to come into the city and go to one of my restaurants.
Yeah, like a whiskey river. What's it again?
American whiskey.
American whiskey. Yes. Okay, I'm in, dude. I'm in. I'll be up there. I try to get up there every other week, man. So I'll hit you up next time I'm heading up there.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're not far away.
No, I'm actually right now in Connecticut, so it's 45 minutes, dude. So I can get on the train. I can drive in there. Probably just get on the train. Easy money.
Yeah. Good old train.
Yeah.
Several limos never late.
Listen, get ready. Listen, Haas, all you got to do, man, is make sure you have a lot of dollar bills for Speedy. Because
dollar bills.
dollar bills, baby. Because when we go out to the city, we're going to go watch and shake our booty. Right, Speedy? I am not shaking. I am not shaking. You grab some booties. What do you mean you don't know? Some beautiful asses banging right in front
Speedy,
of you.
I don't know.
You're not gonna. There it is. Oh, God. You gotta smack him. You gotta grab him right there. I mean, who has a nicer ass, me or Speedy over there? I would say me because it's bouncing more to the left. What do you think, Speedy?
Way too much analysis. I'll let Joba be the judge of that one.
Don't leave Joba in charge of anything.
You never know what can happen there.
Joba's got the hat for the judge, so.
Well, yeah,
it is a great hat.
We got 2 in a pink, 1 in a stink. Which one would you go? 1 in a pink, 2 in a stink, or 2 in a pink?
I don't know. I don't know.
Take one.
I said Joba's the judge.
No, I'm not pay attention. You don't have to be the judge right now. Before we let
1.
What do you mean 1? Again, it's 1 in a pink, 2 in a stink, or 2 in a
I'll
pink.
take less stink.
No.
Okay.
There it is.
That's fair.
I never heard that before. Less stink.
Oh man, that a boy, Speedy. Hold your own, buddy. That a boy.
There you go, Speedy. Make sure, Speedy, I want you to do this. Ready? You do this. Take your 2 fingers.
No, he's already done it. He's got.
Haas wants to see it. Haas wants to see it.
There it is.
Oh, that's a good whiff, Speedy. That a boy. Oh man, this is great.
He is.
I love
there
it.
he is. Sausage McMuffin. Speedy is his favorite food, and he likes them thick, right, Speedy?
I haven't had a sausage McMuffin in over 2 years.
No, it's about the flavor. It's not about the size.
Thank you, Joba. He knows.
Dark or white, Speedy? Dark or white?
Dark.
Oh man.
Extra dark, by the way. Anyways, Haas, we really appreciate the time as always. And we'd love to see you on again, as always.
Sounds good. Anytime, man. Good seeing you,
Thanks,
fellas. Joba, good to see you, my man.
Yep, good to see you, brother.
All right,
appreciate you.
That was Haas, Eric Hosmer. And by the way, he's one of Joba's good friends. And what's crazy about it, he was the first on Joba in the Mouth. And he had a lot of fun, Speedy. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
He got a chance to meet you and got a chance to get to know you.
Oh, yeah. He did. And whatever booty is going to be involved, who knows?
There might be more than one. You never know.
Yeah, there probably will be, knowing the way that conversation ended up going.
Better
Well,
believe
you
it.
got to climb the mountain. You might as well climb it to the top.
Especially if your son's involved too, and who knows what he could bring to the table after that too.
Oh yeah. He just called me too.
Yeah, he probably heard the conversation. It's like, oh, give me
Yep.
some of that.
Yep. He probably did.
Well, Speedy, you'd be in the middle of it. You know. That's
No,
you.
I think Karter could do better than that.
Well, you don't think you can get as much as Karter can?
Oh no,
Come on, man. Why not?
I do not believe in my.
You're
ability.
a sexy young man.
I don't believe in my abilities that much.
Well, you got to believe in something if you're going to stick it. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's not gonna.
It'll be about 1.5 seconds, but hey, when you get it,
congratulations, you know how to time everything well.
Well, Eric Hosmer, ladies and gentlemen, he was our first guest on the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Job in the Mouth.
Oh.
But hold on. We got to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Karter Chamberlain joining us, Joba's son. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute
Are you ready to get loud?
with Tommy Scoops.
Yes, sir, I'm back with the NFL to tell you that the Dolphins are actually claiming linebacker Tyrell Dodson off of waivers and placing tight end Tanner Connor on IR to make room for Dodson, as Connor actually injured his knee yesterday against the Rams and will be placed on IR for the foreseeable future. Now, also going over into the NBA court, the Raptors guard Emmanuel Quickly actually has a partially torn UCL in his left elbow that was actually suffered on Sunday's loss against the Lakers, and Quickly will be reevaluated in a week. Lastly, to finish things off here, the Bucks are actually not expected to fire Doc Rivers, and although the team only has 2 wins and 20 in total with this time from dating back to last season, the team will not be expected to move on from Doc Rivers. Now going off and finishing off with Scoops to Scores, continuing off with the NBA, the Knicks have a 74-66 lead over the 76ers in the third quarter, while almost finishing off in the fourth quarter. The Hawks and Celtics are also tied at 108 apiece, and the Pistons have a 102-91 lead over the Heat. The Magic actually have a dominant 105-79 lead right now over the Hornets, while the Bucks have a 54-43 lead at halftime over the Raptors. Kicking things off as the ball has just tipped off between the Suns and Jazz. There is 0 points on the board, and the first quarter has just started off here. And that is all the time I have for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to kick it back to the boys on Joba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
We're back. This is the Joba and the Mouth Show.
Force milk out of somebody's body. Bite an itch.
I wasn't pulling anything.
It's not a live oyster.
A live oyster. That's a good one. Speedy, you like live oysters?
Sometimes.
You like it cooked? You like it
for cooked?
You
Yes.
prefer it. Yes. You like the breadcrumbs? Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
There you go. I figured you were a breadcrumb kind of guy. You know, breadcrumb.
I see what you did there. Nice try.
I'm trying to help here. 631-672-3108. This is Joba in the Mouth, our first episode. As you know, I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Joba Chamberlain, and Speedy Petey. Executive producer, ladies and gentlemen, Aaron Fishman, and our Sports Minute, Tommy Scoops. And right on the back end, we have Mr. Tick, ladies and gentlemen. Owen, you'll get a chance to meet him moving forward on the show. So he's doing all the different analytics in the background. We're going to have a beautiful, unbelievable segment moving forward on the show with Owen. It's going to be fun. So, guys, we're going to be adding some new segments. We're going to have a lot of crazy fun with you guys moving forward. Thank you to Eric Hosmer. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including I almost said it, but I didn't say it. But you see, I corrected myself. Joba in the Mouth, ladies and gentlemen, every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You see, I corrected myself, Joba. I almost said it, but I got to get used to it. It's got to roll off the tongue. Speedy, roll off the tongue. Say it. Roll off the tongue.
Roll off the tongue.
You got to use it.
Roll
off the tongue. There you go. You like that, Joba? You are on mute, Joba, just so you know. I'm trying to help you here.
I know. I was just Haas was texting, and I was making sure Karter was in.
Karter is in.
So everything has to roll off your tongue, right?
Yeah, and we have Layden in on our show asking about the Duke and if Duke's going to clap Kentucky's cheeks.
Well, Speedy likes to clap a lot of cheeks.
You're the Duke fan here, so this is your question.
First of all, everybody knows what I like, and I love Cooper Flag. I've loved him since he played in high school. I think this guy is the next big superstar. I compared him to Kevin Durant. That's what I think he is. He's the next.
Knupple's nice too, though.
Oh, listen, and again, I look at Duke. Kentucky's going to be very interesting to watch this year. There's no John Calipari there anymore. This is a completely different run offense. It's going to be completely different. Even the recruiting class that they brought in is completely different from what John Calipari has done over the last couple of years. I am not a Shire fan, but Duke is going to be a top 5 team all season long. There's not many teams right now in the nation, top to bottom, has a better roster than the Blue Devils. The only thing that worries me is the coaching. If they can get this team, and everybody's going to say, well, wait a second. Didn't Duke get to the Elite 8 last year? I think they were in the Elite 8.
And they lost against NC State in 11th seed.
Okay, an 11th seed. That's the problem right now. Duke will make their runs. Can they get over the hump? And Shire is not Coach K. I want to see when the going gets tough, is Shire going to figure out how to maneuver this roster and get this roster over the top? I don't believe he will. I have my doubts on him. Everybody knows that listens to this show. I can't stand John Shire. So.
He's second in your ranking among worst coaches after the great Bambi Sala.
0. That's what I think. The big 0. 0. Double 0. That fits him, right?
Definitely could.
Joba, what do you think?
I mean, it does fit him, but I think now I'm just trying to figure out how to get Carter's background set.
Oh, well, that's Fish. Fish can help you with that. I mean, Fish can help you hook it up. But nevertheless, I mean, the Duke Blue Devils have a very good chance to be a top seed. They're definitely going to be a 1 seed. There are 4 1 seeds. They're definitely going to be 1 seed. There are not many teams right now in the nation that are going to be better than them. And Cooper Flag is the predominant number 1 pick in this coming class. Now, Cooper is going to have to prove that he has the capability to step back and shoot the 3 and being consistent. I think that will help. As he moves forward into the NBA. We remember Kevin Durant, when he came into the league, he was a good 3-point shooter. He wasn't a great 3-point shooter. He became a great 3-point shooter as he moved in. And same thing with Kobe. Kobe figured it out later, 3-4 years into his career, shooting 200-300 threes after practice every single day. Cooper Flag has that work ethic. I don't know if anybody watched this kid play. If you watch him, he was practicing against the United States team. And LeBron James said it best. He was the best player on the court by far, even better than some of the professional guys that were on Team USA. So it says a lot about Cooper Flag and what type of player he's going to be in college basketball and then in the NBA. Now, his development is going to be absolutely important. I don't know if Duke was the best team to go to when it comes to development, but nevertheless, he's on a roster that's stacked. They have one of the best point guards in the nation. They're a very well-built machine. I expect them to be a top 1 seed out of the 4 teams. So
anything that's lower than 4, you would expect a disappointing season for Duke at this point.
Yes.
They were a 4 seed last year, and analytically they were built well, but like you said, they just missing some things in that NC State game, and they were dominated by a
they
player.
should smack around Kentucky. They should smack them around. I don't know if they're going to win by more. If you're a betting man, I'd say around 9. I would say between 9 and 11 points. That's where I think Duke is going. They're at the end of the year. College basketball is very simple. What do? They like to foul, right? And Duke is one of the better free throw teams in the country. So I expect Duke to win, at the line. That's what I expect him to do in this game against Kentucky. And by the way, Kentucky is a good team. I didn't think they were going to be 2-0 as early as they have been. But again, they haven't. Duke is the best team they've played so far this season. I know they're going into their 3rd game, but and Duke is a team that should be a top 4 seed. They should be. So That's just my.
Leighton in the comments says, "I love this. Good work, guys. Agree with Errol on the development point, but with Tyrese at point guard, we'll see what happens."
Yes, it's again watching college basketball. We won't know what Duke is going to be until the mid-season. That's where we'll figure out what Duke is going to be. Because again, that Duke started off really, really slow in the beginning of the year last year.
Oh yeah,
they were horrible. They looked putrid in the beginning of the season. And then all of a sudden, in the second half, the last 4 weeks of the college basketball season, I mean, this team just completely took off. And then they went right into the tournament and went to the Elite Eight. I was surprised they got to the Elite Eight, but it's very Duke-like, or I'm sorry, John Shire-like, to play an 11th seed and lose against an 11th. So
after they just beat a 1, they beat Houston the round before.
Yeah. By the way, Houston was expected to go to the Final Four. So,
a comment from Raul Martinez. Shout out to him. What adjustments will the Packers make Sunday with the new OC that the Bears promoted? Well, the Packers, when it comes to the defensive side, their weakness has been against the run. But again, the Chicago offensive line's really struggled. I think they can still focus more on not trying to blitz as much, Raul, and still trying to focus on those passes. The Bears still have good wide receivers. The Packers have good corner depth. That should be the matchup, the game plan that they have on the defensive side.
Yeah, I don't disagree either. And Leighton, he said he was going to play it at 6.5. It closed on mine at 5.5.
Sucks for Leighton.
Yeah.
Sucks for Leighton. By the way, I expect the Green Bay Packers to kick the you-know-what out of the Bears this coming week. I absolutely. Jordan Love.
They're in shambles anyways.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Jordan Love, and that's the best division in football right now. I don't care what anybody says. In the NFC, the crazy argument here is we look at the AFC, and we knew what was going to be strong in the AFC. Now you look at the NFC, that Lions division is stacked. I mean, you have the Packers, you got the Lions. We thought Chicago was going to be good, and Minnesota. Those three teams all should make the playoffs. Minnesota should make the playoffs with Sam Darnold. I mean, the Packers absolutely are making the playoffs. And by the way, they've been fighting injury after injury after injury. Jordan Love came back as early as he did, and they even got some gifts with Malik Willis. Who would have thought that Malik Willis was going to figure it out after being drafted as high as he was as an NFL prospect? So I mean, and then obviously we all know what the Lions are, as we saw just this past weekend. So Jared Goff, and they got lucky. By the way, the Lions got absolutely, and we'll get into it. I think the Lions got a gift. All right. I think CJ Stroud gave him a gift. And CJ Stroud didn't have a bad game. It was a battle of halves. It was CJ Stroud in the first half. And we all know what happened in the second half. It was Jared Goff in the second half. So, and Jared Goff didn't have a great game. I mean, what did he throw? 5 interceptions? I mean, he had a terrible game. And if you have him on your fantasy team, well, good riddance on your week of fantasy, because that wasn't a good one. So I didn't start him. He wasn't on my roster, so that's a good thing. But I didn't win because I had to play Jamar Chase in 2 of my leagues. So that made me sick to my stomach. Yeah, 55 points in both my leagues? It doesn't help. I am so completely disgusted. But nevertheless, Raul, that's my thoughts. What was the next question, Speedy?
The next question, shout out to him. Trick question. What coach do you bring to Chicago to save the Bears? Belichick, hands up anyone. Again, I think Caleb Williams is going to have say into that. I think because
offensive coordinator,
because you're seeing it now with a lot of these quarterback coach combos. I know the Texans, like Errol was talking about, might be the exception to the rule to make that kind of thing work. In Buffalo, when they
you know who I think would fit over there?
You're going to say Lincoln Riley?
No.
Ooh.
And he should have gotten a coaching job for a long time.
Bieniemy?
Exactly.
I
think Eric Bieniemy would be perfect over there. And I'm going to tell you why. You want to know why? Eric Bieniemy has all those weapons over there. I mean, think about it. That roster is stacked with weapons. Even the running game, they have Swift over there. That is perfect. That's perfectly fit for somebody like Eric Bieniemy to run. And Caleb Williams is the perfect quarterback. You know why? Because he plays the same way as Patrick Mahomes. That's what he does. He loves to use his legs, and he loves to throw on the run. What does Patrick Mahomes like to do? The same thing. I think Eric Bieniemy would be perfect for Caleb Williams. And I think it's about time this guy gets a coaching job in the NFL. He deserves it.
Yeah, Kevin Fitz said I got spoke with him. So, yeah, Jared Goff probably ruined a lot of fantasy leagues with the way he played that week. It was probably the most I've seen in one game since probably Jay Cutler, like 2013 or something like that.
Well, somebody needs to be smoked. I mean, Speedy, you like to smoke things, right?
No, Jay Cutler does like to smoke things.
Oh, he does.
Jay Cutler loves smoking things.
Well, he likes the hot smoking women. There's no doubt about that.
That's also true. There you go, Joba. You have your partner for those booties, and
no, it's going to be you. It's
Yeah, I thought you were my partner.
There you go. Speedy. What's
I
wrong?
don't know. You're gonna have to recruit Jay Cutler too. He likes all that stuff as well. And
Well,
didn't they have some tension where they got divorced or something like that, or are they back together?
No, they got a divorce.
They don't.
She's
Okay.
with
That's
a
what I
younger
thought.
guy.
That's what I thought.
She's with a model, like a supermodel.
Gotcha.
I mean, she knows what she's doing. I mean, seriously. Jay Cutler is an old man that, she used for all the money that he has, and now she's making more money than him, and he's throwing his money away on lawyer fees.
I think Carter's trying in a different spot now. Let's see.
What's he doing?
He's popping in different frames.
He's in now, but he's in like 2 different spots.
Carter's got hoes in different area codes.
Well, he is in a different area code.
See, so Joba wins Voice of Reason already.
Does he?
Oh yeah.
There
There he is. There he is.
Yo, what's up?
Hey, you see that? I mean, he kind of resembles you, Joba. I mean, he's a little bit taller than you. I mean, you're like
Shut up! Don't rub it in. We don't need everybody to know that.
Well, somebody's got to smack you around when he gets older, right?
I mean, I'll still whoop his ass. He knows that.
Oh.
By the way, Karter, you grew up watching the Yankees. You got a chance to watch your father at such a young age. What was it like watching your father really develop as a baseball player?
It was dope. I mean, just being around like all those legends now, it was just sweet. I didn't really realize it back then, but I mean, I was just happy to be there at that time. So, but I mean, he was all right though. I mean, he did his thing occasionally.
You're all right, Joba. You're all right.
I get no credit. None.
Well,
yeah. See, I'm not throwing that hard yet, so I can't really say nothing.
Well, who's paying for your college?
Not me.
Back at you, Joba.
Hey, at least I'll take that one. I'll take that W. I'm going to take all the L's with him anyways, but he's better looking. He's taller. He's more athletic. Hey, I'll at least pay for college. I got it.
There you go, man. Somebody's got to pay for it, right? I mean, unless he wants to work the street, Speedy does.
No, I don't. Karter, don't get any ideas from what your dad was bringing up before.
He's grown up with me. He knows.
Well,
I'm sure he does.
Speedy, who do you think gets more cheeks, Karter or Joba?
Oh, I don't know. Carter's coming. I think Carter's coming for that.
Speedy, whose cheeks would you look at, Carter's or Joba's?
I'm not looking at either one. No offense. It's not a judgment of you guys. It's a judgment of what I don't care about looking at, because concept over person is something that I've tried to teach to Errol for the last 5 years, and it still hasn't stuck with him.
No, nothing sticks, but a lot of things sticks to you,
No, Errol's just one giant magnet.
Well, I like to be magnetized, and I like to, I don't miss, as you know, Speedy. I like to hit.
Yeah, you don't miss.
I definitely don't miss. You don't want me to, to pull the trigger.
No, I don't.
Karter, are you in your room or where are you?
I'm in my car.
Come on, Joba. I could have told you he was in his car.
Well, shit, I didn't know.
I couldn't figure out the background, so I just let it be.
Well, wait a second. What kind of car are you driving? What did Daddy buy you?
I mean, I was driving a Ford Fusion, then I had a Deer, so now I'm driving a Kia. Yeah.
What is it like hitting a deer in Nebraska?
It
was on graduation night.
Yeah, it was the day of graduation. So
somebody was drinking.
It was on the high. It was early. It was like 8:30.
No, at least you're alive. I mean, I've heard stories that people have hit deers and lost control and wind up dying. So, thank God you're safe. And obviously, I've said my friend was driving a brand new Camaro. He took it out that day. And in Long Island, there's a straightaway. There's the highest point of Long Island. Actually, New York State there's a place in Long Island. It's the highest peak in New York State, and it's here on Long Island. And this guy drives, he jet on the weekend. There was nothing on the road, and a deer, a big buck, jumped right in. He hit it and completely totaled his car. It looked like he hit a tree. That's how bad his car looked. It's horrible. Hitting a deer. And by the way, the deer actually got up and jumped away.
Yeah, usually they do more damage to the car and they dip out.
It's the best defense the Bucs have played all year.
Good point, Speedy.
Well, somebody's got to hit the buck,
Cart, you go lift. You go lift tonight. What'd you do?
Nah, we had lifting in the morning, but we had conditioning today.
Oh, you did.
So,
what could you lift?
Yeah.
What's your max right now?
Well, right now,
just give me. So what do you got?
Bench, like I can bench like 225 for 3. I haven't back squatted in like 2 years, so I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, my front squat's like a. What do you say?
I bench too. I actually the one thing I do is upper body strength, and I actually, if you want to help your benching, you got to do push-ups. It is very, very important. How much do you weigh, Karter?
Like 215.
215, man. Just imagine think about it. If you're doing a set, every single time you do a set, it doesn't matter if do 150 pounds and do this. Start this, and it's going to make you a stronger athlete. I'm telling you right now. I've trained. Right. I've trained for a very long time. Do 150 pounds, 175 pounds, a little bit less than your weight, and after that, you do 10 to 15 push-ups. You do sets of 5, and do that every other week. And in a month's time, I guarantee you'll be doing 225 10 times easy. Easy.
All right.
I do 225.
I'll try. Yeah.
I do 225 right now without push-ups. I do it 25 to 28 times. I can do it. And that's easy for me. Like and that's because I do over 3,000 push-ups a week. Well, right now I have a kidney stone, so I'm not going to be in the gym for a while until this baby spits out the old one-eye monster, right, Speedy?
Hopefully.
Would you want to be there when I spit it out? Could you help me? Could you hold it for me?
I think I would trust your girlfriend on that one.
Joba, what do you think? What do you think that will, that feel like?
I have no idea. I've known a buddy that's gone through it, but I've heard it's miserable.
Oh my! I'm going to tell you this right now.
Oh, you added Carter's picture. That's what I'm talking about.
There it is. Baby.
There he is.
There it is. He's poking right there.
Yep,
there you go, Karter.
He's
and you're right next to the boob. It's perfect. I mean, that's where you want to be, right, Speedy?
That's where Karter is.
Yeah, but you would want to be there, right?
No,
boobs, ass, legs.
I think Karter wants to be there.
Boobs, ass, legs.
I think Karter wants to be there.
Boobs, ass, legs. Pick one.
Oops, I don't know.
Who, me?
No, I'm asking him.
No, he's driving me nuts, even though he should be asking you too.
Well, we all know what Karter likes. I mean, come on, man. He's long. He's 6'4". Who wants somebody that's small? He wants to climb those babies, right?
I don't know. Maybe he can be good for the mountain.
Joba, what do you think? You think he's ready to climb the mountain?
His last name is Chamberlain, so that mountain's already been climbed.
I got a girlfriend.
I know you have a girlfriend, Joba. I think Joba mentioned that. How long you've been with your girlfriend?
Like 2.5 years.
Oh, there you go. I mean, Joba's been with his girl for 2 years. I mean, like son, like dad. I mean, they're perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect match. I mean, riddle me this, Speedy. What
and she's probably a better athlete than he is.
Really?
Yeah, probably.
What does she play?
She does basketball and softball at Nebraska.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah.
Basketball and softball. She knows how to hit them, right, Speedy?
I would hope so if you play softball.
Do you know how to hit them?
No.
But she is all of 5'3".
Oh, there you go. I mean, then she's got to climb you. That's not bad, right, Joba? I mean,
that's why I said climb the mountain. I was like, well, he is that mountain. So and he is a Chamberlain. So
there you go. I mean, unfortunately, you're probably a giant to me. I'm not one of those big tall guys. I'm like 5'11" at most. So what is not so much long, I'm very stocky, right, Speedy? Are you afraid of stocky people or long people? Stocky or long?
I don't know.
Pick one. Stocky or long?
Stocky, whatever.
Oh, there you go. All right.
I love how Leighton in the chat goes, Carter's better looking. Carter's also more athletic. Carter gets more cheeks. That was Leighton, Carter. It was coming from him.
Well, somebody's got to get the cheeks, right?
Leighton knows what's up.
Yeah, right.
And Leighton probably knows you boys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but listen, somebody's got to get the cheeks, right, Joba?
Believe it.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, Joba got the cheeks when he was younger.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Oh, no,
He
not
was
when I
fat
was.
when
Not,
he was fat and a nerd. He got nothing. No.
Well, you know,
he's,
nerds
he's
need
not.
loving
He's
too.
not wrong.
Well, nerds need loving too, you know, Carter. I mean, come on, man.
It
I mean,
just-
you ever
I-
see?
I just had to get to the
Revenge
big
of the Nerds?
leagues. That was it.
Well, you know, somebody's
said-
got to. You know what it is? I'm gonna help you out, Joba. You know, I one of my favorite movies growing up in the '80s was Revenge of the Nerds. You know, and I mean, seriously, they always got the girls at the end of the movie. It didn't matter what they did, especially that hot blonde one at the end of the movie. That was something to look at. So, Joba, I have this feeling that as nerdy and fat as you were, you know, in the back room, you know, in the locker room, hanging out with, you know, hiding in the lockers, you know, looking at the sexy women. What do you think?
No, definitely didn't do that. No, I had to wait till I got to the big leagues.
Well, Carter, I want to know when was the first time your father taught you the birds and the bees?
What is that? What?
Did you hear me?
Nah, I was lagging. What'd you say?
No, he asked you when the first time did we have the birds and the bees talk.
Oh, I don't remember. That was too long ago. Probably when I was like 11 or 12.
We're all buffered.
Around then.
Back there.
There you are. I don't know what happened. By the way, guys, I want to mention something to all the fans out there. I've got new Wi-Fi. Top end Wi-Fi will be up by tomorrow. I haven't had a chance to do it. I've been very, very busy. I've been in the hospital trying to spit out a nice rock out of my, my crotch, but it hasn't come out yet. So I want to apologize to the fans, but hey, shit happens. So, Carter, I'm sorry. Did you hear what we said? Just a few moments.
About the birds and the bees?
Yeah, what was the age that your father gave you that little run?
Probably like middle school, around then. Like 12, 13, something around then.
And how did he approach you?
No, I don't think I approached him. I think he just told me.
Well, it's just like, son, I got to talk to you. Go and sit on the bed.
I don't.
I'm still trying to
I
teach
don't
me
remember.
birds and the bees at the age of 29.
And I'm not doing it on your shameless way.
Well, I definitely, it's so funny. My father never taught me. I just learned pretty quick.
Gross sexual crap.
Yeah, I learned quick too, and I think it was more so of just like Carter and I, like in casual conversation. It wasn't like, "Hey, son, we're gonna sit down." I think it was just more of a casual. I mean, shit, I was still in college when I had him. I was still trying to figure out how to be a man, let alone be a father. And then I was gone, So Carter still at champagne to this day, though.
Carter looks like the type of person that was sitting there and watching Full House when he was a kid. What do you guys think?
Nope, he was Henry Danger.
He did.
Yep.
I was all about Family Matters. You guys remember that? I mean, I loved Urkel. I mean, you ever see, he wore his pants up to his chest, do the Urkel? He was doing that stupid dance. Speedy,
Jaleel's a good friend.
Really? We got to get
Yeah.
Jaleel on the show. That would be fun.
We can do that.
We could do the Urkel. Speedy, you know how to do the Urkel, right? No. Suspenders, we got to dress up one of these Halloweens. I mean, what Speedy, what would you dress up at your first Halloween with me?
I'm not letting you choose my costume.
I'll tell you what, you be the shaft, I'll be the balls.
No. Never, ever.
Well, I'm trying to help here. It would be funny if you want to be a winner at the costume contest. I mean, you have to really stand.
I don't care. I'm not going as that.
I'm I'm trying to have fun here, Joba. I mean, Karter, you've never been on the show. This is the first time for you. What are you doing over there, Karter? Is something not working in there?
Nah, everything's good.
Okay.
Who are you talking to?
I'm not talking to anybody. I was just
Oh,
messing
what
with
the
my
hell are you
lights.
looking at?
I was messing with my lights.
Yeah, nobody can see you.
Well, yeah, I don't know. My lights turned off.
Joba needs to get you a new car.
Is your car yeah, weird.
If my battery died, that would suck.
Joba, you better get ready. I mean,
Climb the mountain. There
climb
it is.
the mountain climb. There he is. The head sticking right out, and he's got some weights in his hands. He does definitely look like a stick figure, by the way. You know, and all you got to do is get Joba on the cheeks right there. That would be perfect. Right there. His head right in the cheeks. What do you guys?
You have your blinker on now?
You're right there, Karter. Is everything okay over there? You know, he does look like his young picture. I mean, he definitely
He does.
He definitely does. He just is just a bigger boy, you know. When he was a little, you know, what was it like raising a kid when you were traveling as much as you were traveling as a baseball player?
I mean, it was crazy, and I give his mother a ton of credit. You know, me being gone and just trying to, you know, figure out the, you know, travel schedule and all the other stuff, and I have to give her a ton of credit for, you know, everything that she, you know, made sure that, you know, Cart would come and, you know, see me and make sure, you know, we just had everything done. I mean, it was tough because you missed a lot of stuff, and you know, but she did a great job, and you know, we have raised a great young man, and you know, it was just hard, you know, being it was kind of like Haas said, like just being home, but you know, when Karter was younger, it's just, you know, I have to give his mother so much credit for, you know, making sure that, you know, we were able to talk and we were able to FaceTime and, you know, able to come and see games. Like Karter's first ever game was in Seattle, and, you know, just running around with him in the outfield and, you know, seeing certain things. So yeah, it was hard because I was still trying to figure out to be a man myself, but then I'm trying to raise a young man and get him, you know, in the right position. And I've been so grateful and so blessed that Karter is an absolutely great human being. He's my son, but he's just such a great human being in all the aspects of caring about others other than himself, and you know, just being the young man that he is, and you know, now getting to, you know, see
The
him.
fucking Wi-Fi, bro.
Fucking Wi-Fi, bro. You're not muted anymore, bud. He is my son.
Well, listen.
And he's
got like 2 frames open, and was he picking up another third?
I probably.
All right, you know.
I mean, of course, and you would think too, in this day and age, like they would know how to do that with all. I mean, the dude doesn't know what a rotary dial phone is, but I'll never forget one of my favorite stories about Karter was when he was younger. He literally was like, "Dad, why isn't the internet working or something?" And I was like, "Well, hey, it's different. You just come in and it connects to the Wi-Fi." He goes, "We used to have dial-up." He goes, "What is dial-up?" He's like, "You guys always didn't have internet?" I was like, "No."
Kids.
But the joys of an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, well, you know what? When you were on the football field, when you were on a baseball field, I was just about out of, you know, I think it was my second or third year of college. So, and I was actually heading off to Germany. That's where I was for after that, when you were playing baseball. And I even where I was, and no matter where I was, I always stayed tuned with everything that was going on with my sports teams, including the Yankees, the Knicks, all those teams. And over there in Germany, over there in different, you know, obviously neck of the woods, they love their sports, not just obviously European football, they love every sport. There's a basketball bar, there's baseball bars, there's a Dodger bar over there in Germany. So they love their Dodgers over there. And Yankee, there were Yankee bars over there as well. Speaking of, a Dolphin, after the Dolphins Monday Night Football game, Tyreek Hill told ESPN that he blames the incident with Miami police officers for him having a wrist injury all season. He said he has been keeping it quiet that he has a torn ligament in his wrist since he ended training camp. The NFL could also investigate the Dolphins, who didn't place him on the injury report in any week besides week 1 and this week. Tua also told ESPN's Jeff Darlington that he doesn't like being perceived as a poster boy for concussions and CTE. He added that the thought of retirement never came to his mind once the doctor said he could play. While trying to make a tackle to his head, collided with the knee of the Rams defender when he was returning an interception. Tua, to me, is a hazard right now. And it's a shame. And he shouldn't be the poster boy of CTE. I don't know if he's going to have CTE, but we know Sid the Kid. Anybody watch hockey? Sidney Crosby has had like 10 concussions in his career. Now, I don't know what's going to happen to him when he retires from hockey. He's still playing, still at the top of his game. There's no question he's still a sensational player. But when you have that many concussions, the first thing that pops up is CTE. When you hit your head on the turf as much as Tua has, and this is not just the NFL. In college, he had 2 concussions when he played for Alabama. How many concussions or concussed is he going to have where he's not going to understand that this is his time to walk away? He just got a big contract. No matter what happens, it's guaranteed money. He gets guaranteed $100 million. Why would you want to go out there and risk, being brain dead in the future? I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. You make your $100 million, you become a college coach, or you be an NFL coach, you work your way up as a quarterback coach to an NFL coach. I mean, Tua can absolutely be that. He seems like he's a leader. He's a born leader. You like everything about him. He's very church-oriented. He loves that opportunity to speak and speak so highly of God and his presence and all that other stuff. That speaks volume of who he is as a player and a leader of this organization. As far as Tyreek Hill is a complete moron. Okay, nobody. I repeat, nobody. Do I believe that Tyreek Hill hurt his wrist when the cops did what they did to him? Maybe. But because you're having a bad season, you're not having the season that you had last year, you're going to make an excuse now that you were keeping under the wraps? The reason why, Tyreek, is you are being butthurt all over social media. Everybody's attacking you. Social media is attacking you on the fantasy situation. Your fantasy, where you were one of the best fantasy players last year, to really not even a top 5 fantasy player. You've fallen off. Now, as you get older, Tyreek Hill is 1 year old. He's getting up there in age as a wide receiver. He already said that he doesn't want to play that much longer. He already came out and said he's not even going to finish that 3-year extension that he had with Miami. So he's already looking on the outside, looking in. Now, as far as him on social media and on, podcasting, we all know what Tyreek likes to do. He had his own vodcast. I mean, his vlog where everybody's following. He was hanging out in the mall. He does stupid things. He calls himself the cheetah. He's nuts. That's who he is. That's his personality. If that's what he wants to sell. As far as the NFL investigating the Dolphins and the organization, the Dolphins, look who their owner is. Look who their owner is. Do I have to speak any more? I mean, the 2 craziest owners in the NFL are who, Speedy?
Jerry Jones and Stephen Ross.
And who and where do these teams play in?
The South.
Who and where do these teams play in?
One in Texas, one in Florida.
That's right. No, but that's not what I'm saying. One plays in the AFC East, and the other one plays in the NFC East. These are organizations that mimic each other. Honestly, they're absolutely mimics of one another. The only thing is the Cowboys actually have won more games in the last 5 to 6 years. And Miami finally figured it out because they found a coach that's competent, actually knows what he's somewhat doing. But right now, the Dolphins organization is in a state of flux. They honestly don't know what they're going to do with Tua. And if Tua is going to finish out that contract, I do not believe Tua will finish out that contract. As far as Tyreek Hill is concerned, I expect Tyreek Hill to play one more year in the NFL, and he is off. He's either going to go and retire, or he's going to ask to be traded to Kansas City or somebody else where he has a chance to win another Super Bowl. Besides that, I think Tyreek Hill is trying to be Tyreek Hill. He wants to be the talk of the town. And right now, the Dolphins are nothing to talk about as we've watched them over the last couple of weeks, just absolutely bombshell everything that everybody thought they were going to be this year. And maybe it's Tua's injury. Maybe it's Tyreek Hill not being 100% healthy. Nevertheless, this team and this organization has done this before. Ask Brian Flores.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, and you also look at the way they're built right now. They have to make sure they can accommodate for all this skill that they have by either making the scheme work or making it where you can protect your quarterback easier with quicker throws. And I think that's where I think Mike McDaniel has that extra challenge to make that kind of thing work. And Tua, obviously, some of it's self-inflicted. Obviously, going for a tackle on an interception when the defender was almost out of bounds really doesn't make a lot of sense. The defender, there was another even Dolphin in the area too that could have tackled him. Like, you don't have to lower your head like that too. Just give him a shove. You don't need to lower your head and hit a defender's knee like that after you throw an interception. It's just not worth that kind of risk. And Tua, I would think with the way that they were talking about it, is going to be smarter with that kind of thing. And then he just backtracks and all of a sudden doing that. The first 2 games he did fine with that. I think he was able to slide on a run. I think he went out of bounds on another run. So it looked like he was progressing. Now all of a sudden you're trying to do that. As far as Hill goes, yeah, maybe that kind of thing did affect it, but you're right. There's no reason to drag it out to week 10. Like, come out with it like 2 weeks after the incident. Say, all right, this cop got involved with it and injured my wrist, and then anoint the injury report there. Like, you don't have to drag it out all the way to the end of the season. I'm sure it was something that could have been an internal distraction too. And for somebody like Tyreek Hill, it's not surprising.
No, but Speedy, you got to understand too, like, as we've heard Tua speak, like, if he didn't feel he wasn't ready, or if they had told him whatever, like, you can't take the instinct away. Like, obviously we all look at it from a different perspective, but when you're grinding and you're battling, you're not thinking about that. He's thinking about trying to make a play after he throws an interception. Yeah, do we look at it as stupid? Yeah, but if you play scared, you're going to get hurt either way. It doesn't matter. He's going on reaction, and he knows what he's been through. He knows exactly what I don't even know what you would even call it, but he's going to make a play. He's not worried about what the hell's going to happen to him, because you're an athlete. You go make a play. And yeah, you threw an interception. You're going to go make the play. And I think that's one thing that I don't think we look at enough, because at the same time, it's like, when that happens, it's like, oh, he shouldn't have lowered his head, blah, blah, blah. You can't really tell him not to do that, because he's being reactionary. That's what he's doing. He's just trying to make a play. And I mean, it's tough to do, because you kind of cringe a little bit, because like what he's been through. But you can't take that competitive nature away from somebody, because then why should they even play? Because he's going after the play. He's making the play. It is what it is. Should he have lowered his head? Truth be told, probably not. But at the same time, you can't tell him not to, because he's giving you everything he's got, and he's leaving it all out on the field.
But again, and I know I'm sorry to cut you off. And mentioning Tua, to go back to Tyreek Hill and what Tyreek Hill is saying, and also CeeDee Lamb. I mentioned 2 organizations, the Cowboys and the Miami Dolphins. 2 wide receivers making excuses now. Just think about it. CeeDee Lamb saying that the light was in his eye, and that's why he couldn't catch the ball. And now you have Tyreek Hill saying out of nowhere, because his season, just like CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill was one of the best wide receivers in the league last year, and so was CeeDee Lamb. They were practically 1-2 or 1-3. I mean, these guys were the best in the league. Now all of a sudden they're not having the season they have, and here comes the excuses. Oh, wow. And that's going back to the organizations. That's where they're connected. They have 2 owners that are absolutely absolutely insane. It's all about the face and what coach and who I'm bringing in and what star I'm bringing in. And the next thing is having these personalities that are absolutely ridiculous. I never would have thought in my wildest dreams that CeeDee Lamb was going to make excuses like this. We know what Tyreek Hill is going to do, but I never would have thought CeeDee Lamb was going to go, hey, the light's in my eyes. If we put curtains up, I catch the ball more this year. That's ridiculous.
Well, at the same time, too, you think about, look at Tyreek Hill. It literally the longest drought of his career. He didn't catch a touchdown for 7 games. And then now he wants to make an excuse and catches a touchdown. But he literally had the longest drought of his career of not catching a touchdown. I mean, he went off in, what was it, week 2?
Mm-hmm.
And did what he did. But he hadn't caught another touchdown for the last 7 weeks. And then now it comes out, and it's like, oh, my thumb, my wrist, my tendon. And then he catches a touchdown. It was the longest drought of his career. But now there's an excuse. Like, either own it or don't. Like, if we suck, we suck. That's just no more, no less. Don't give excuses about some BS that doesn't really matter when you're just trying to make an excuse. Like, you don't need to. Like, we all see it. And it's like the longest strategy. And you know how active he is in social media and all the other. You know he sees these stats.
Of course.
And the things that we post or we talk about. He's hearing it or he's seeing it. So he knows. And so then you have to go and say, oh, yeah, you know what? They caused this. Speedy, you were 100% correct. If he would have said that from the get-go, you ain't got nothing to stand on. You're like, well, he said it from the get-go. Maybe this is a real thing.
And we sympathized for him at the time with that.
Right.
With Tyreek Hill.
100%.
But there's no reason to add that extra drama.
It's always an excuse with these guys. It's a personality thing. It's a personality trait. Look at Stephon Diggs. He was complaining that he wasn't seeing the ball enough when statistics would tell you he was seeing the ball way too much. I mean, seriously, 15 times in a game, you're telling me you're not seeing the ball enough? I think it's ridiculous. These guys are prima donnas. All these wide receivers now, they're all prima donnas. Babies. If they don't see the ball enough, they can't catch the ball, or teams are starting to figure out how to defend them or do whatever they can to keep them or keep them from catching the ball. Oh, I'm not healthy. I'm injured. This is the reason why. Nobody can stop me. I'm the cheetah. I'm this. I'm that. Stop it. I mean, just like you think you're going to outrun an Olympic gold medalist. It's ridiculous. It's really stupidity. But again, Tyreek Hill is all about a face, a personality, and that's what he's selling. Fish, your thoughts?
Well, look, guys, Tyreek Hill is obviously like an elite talent. He's got better speed than anyone, runs really good over routes and those types of things that people just lose track of him because he's just too good. The problem is he's playing hurt this year. So I don't really want to focus too much on him because if he doesn't have a quarterback, it doesn't really matter how good he is. As a great receiver with no quarterback, we saw what happened to Randy Moss for years, and then he gets traded, he gets to have a good quarterback. We see it all the time. DeAndre Hopkins now all of a sudden is back to being DeAndre Hopkins with Patrick Mahomes. But the quarterback side of it is really scary. As a coach, you watch kids get concussions and you try to protect them. I had a kid in high school. We had to tell him that he can't play anymore because he's had too many concussions as a high school kid because the kid can't stop leading with his head. And we put the guardian cap on him. It doesn't matter. It's just how he plays. And unfortunately, I think this is just how Tua plays. Tua does not protect himself when he goes to be aggressive. There's a lot of guys that know how to take a hit and be aggressive. Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, but probably the biggest one that's more comparable is Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield runs around a whole bunch and takes some shots, but he always seems to fall in a way where it's not like a crushing hit to him. Some guys just know how to protect themselves when they're moving with the football. Another guy, a guy that I want to compare him to is your old boy, Errol, Mark Sanchez. Mark Sanchez had to have the binder master himself, Joe Girardi, come in and teach him how to slide because Mark Sanchez could not figure out how to protect himself running with the football, and he would lose the football, and it was dangerous for him. He would have ended up like Tua if he didn't have the great binder master himself come in and teach him. Joba, did that get a lot of play in the clubhouse back in those days, that he was teaching Sanchez how to slide?
Yeah, it was actually more than you think. Like we thought, we were like, is this for real? And they're like, no, yeah, he doesn't know how to slide. And we're like, what? And so yeah, it definitely was funny. I was gonna chime in too, because I was like, I really didn't like. I thought they were just like joking around, like, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing, but he legitimately didn't know how to slide. And Mark and I became really good friends, and it was amazing to me. Like, really, you didn't know, and he was like, I didn't know to go face first or whatever. And so literally they had like sliding pads and everything. It was awkward because you're like, I mean, I've played baseball my entire life. Like, I was even fat and I could slide. So I was like, how can't you slide?
You would think protecting yourself would come be like second nature,
Right,
at a
exactly.
position like playing quarterback. I think you go back and to when it was Tua and Hurts in Alabama, and you saw that they gave the job to Tua over Hurts because Tua just seemed to have like the more. I don't want to say he had more guts than Jalen Hurts, because you think about it today, like, who has more guts than Jalen Hurts? But Tua played in a way that was reckless, and in college you can kind of get away with that, and Tua, just was able to like get off platform in college and roll out and just be able to do more things because he wasn't going to take a hit that was going to kill him. But now you see what happens in the NFL. Guys like that, they don't last long. Johnny Manziel also comes to mind, Errol, where, he was able to run around and do all these things, where throw weird angles, and he had Mike Evans to catch it in college. And then he gets to the NFL and they're just murdering him.
He wasn't mentally there anyways. And Johnny, if he actually was put in the right position, I think Johnny Manziel would still be in the NFL. It's a shame what happened to Johnny Manziel. I blame the NFL. I blame his family for doing what they let him get away with everything, because he thought, hey, I'm Johnny Manziel. I can do whatever I want. And he started getting into the drug situation and drinking, beating up women, putting his hands on women. And Johnny, just fell out of sort. And the NFL and football just really meant nothing to him. If Johnny actually loved the game, Johnny would have been one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Well, he never had to worry about it. His family's loaded.
No, that's a lie. That was all a lie, by the way. That was a story that came out. And go watch the 30 for 30, by the way. It's a great 30 for 30, and you can check it out. It really speaks high volume of what he is and what he really was as a football player. Johnny, his frame was really a part of all these different things that he was doing. And Johnny would go out and he would, paint the town red with his buddy, and they would make money on the side selling autographs. But, and who was his spokesman? His speaker was his friend. His friend was the one that said that his family was rich. His family wasn't rich. They didn't own oil distributing companies and all that other stuff. That was a lie. That was a hoax. It was just really to hide what he was really doing. Where was he getting all this money? And he was getting the money, and he was doing the crazy things that he was doing because he could. He was Johnny Manziel. And when you have Nick Saban come out and speak high volume of him saying he's the greatest quarterback he's ever played against, it really puts him on a pedestal. Do you really think Johnny Manziel or any scout thought that Johnny Manziel, for all the things that was going on behind the scenes, should have been a first-round draft pick? But the Browns drafted him. Not looking at the past of things that he was doing off the field. You do not pick a guy that has had problems off the field. And I mean, you're talking about getting drunk and going to games and barely even knowing the offense. He just went out with pure talent. That's what Johnny Manziel was. And I'm telling you right now, if Johnny's head was on right and on straight, Johnny Manziel would have been one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play this game. I always believed it. And Mikey C, you could call up the show right now. You're an idiot, because everybody's picked on this guy for years and hated this guy. And and we should get Johnny on the show, because Johnny stands for something. For all the people that don't understand what mental issues could do to you in your career, Johnny Manziel sticks out the most. It sticks out the most because with that kind of talent, God-given talent that guy had and could never get his foot in the door, it was always outside the door. It's a shame because I think Johnny could have been something really, really special that the NFL has never seen. And we're seeing with C.J. Stroud, we're seeing with guys that we would have seen with Johnny Manziel if he actually had his head on straight.
Look, I'll tell you this. I thought Johnny Manziel might have been the exception to break the rule. Only some guys can get away with it. I always thought Manziel was going to be like Favre, but mobile. Just kind of like very good improviser, that gunslinger mentality. I was really, I also was really hopeful. Favre was a second-round pick, too. People don't remember that.
Yep.
But,
Atlanta.
just to go back to Tua and comparing to Manziel real quickly, Manziel had all the talent in the world. I would argue Tua didn't. Tua's a little undersized. So was Manziel, but Tua doesn't have the speed. Tua didn't have like the cannon arm. Tua didn't really have those traits, and he always made up for it with his guts. And I think it's getting them killed right now in the NFL, man. And I really look, they might make the playoffs, sneaking in the Dolphins with him out there, but it might be at the peril of his future. And that's really sad, man.
Fish, you go ask Mike Evans, who's the greatest quarterback he's ever had throw to him. And I'm talking about Tom Brady too. You sit down with Mike Evans and ask him who's the greatest quarterback to ever throw him the ball. I guarantee you he will tell you Johnny Manziel. I guarantee you he'd tell you Johnny Manziel. So it says high volume. Look, he's got Baker Mayfield. He's had Tom Brady. He's had quarterbacks throw him the ball, and he's still Johnny Manziel always. And by the way, Mike Evans and Johnny Manziel, what I've heard about these two guys, completely different personalities. Mike Evans was the quiet guy that didn't want to go out, didn't want to paint the town red, and Johnny Manziel was paint the town white. Okay, we all know what Johnny liked to do. So, I mean, and get drunk, and his head was, up somebody else's ass most of the time. So, it's a shame what happened to Johnny, but again, nobody's going to hide away from his God-given talent, which stands for a lot, and he should be the spokesman of mental issues. I mean, his breakdown was really something that you'll never forget. Johnny Manziel is something that it's just mind-boggling to me. I watched that 30 for 30 in Joba. You should definitely check it out. It's something that if you're an athlete and you're obviously a successful athlete, you made your money, you were successful. Johnny Manziel made his money for 1 year. He still has money, but just think about that. Johnny Manziel would be a multi-millionaire. He just couldn't keep it together. It's a shame. On his show, Bill Simmons said that the Nets would be the best trade destination for Giannis. Simmons mentioned the overwhelming amount of draft picks that the Nets have acquired in the last 2 seasons. Simmons also mentioned that the Thunder as the only other team that could realistically trade for Giannis this year. Thank you, Bill. The Nets currently have 15 first-round draft picks in the next seven drafts. Damian Lillard's also listed the Nets as one of the preferred destinations in the offseason. Fansided reports that the Lakers have also expressed interest in trading for Damian Lillard. The Bucks are 2-8 this season, second worst in the Eastern Conference. Well, it's pretty simple. All right. Giannis is not going to the Nets. All right. There is no way in hell Giannis is going to the Nets. Who would want to play for a roster this bad? Okay, let's just look at it. Ben Simmons and Cam Thomas. Ben Simmons, who never plays. Cam Thomas is a good player, but he is a trade chip. You're going to have to trade Cam Thomas to get a player like Giannis, because you're not only going to have to give up first-round draft picks, you're going to have to give up something that's going to start on that roster. Dennis Schroeder, Cameron Johnson, Nick Claxton, Zaire Williams. I mean, Bogdanovich, Jalen Wilson. I mean, come on. This roster is garbage. It's even worse. It's even worse right now than the Bucks. At least he gets to play with Damian Lillard. What are you, nuts? There's no way Giannis is going to accept a trade over there with the Nets. The only thing that makes sense is the Thunder. Why? Because the Thunder has a significant amount of draft stock. They have players that they can move and trade. There's no question that they do. And they have a roster that can win now. And guess what? The Bucks don't have to see him more than twice a year. Why the hell would they want to see Giannis more than twice a year? It doesn't make sense. So I do not know why Bill Simmons is on his show. And by the way, I respect Bill Simmons because he knows basketball. But boy, oh boy, when he speaks, my ears tingle, all right? The things that come out of this guy's mouth when it comes to certain things about basketball, including the Knicks. He can't stand the Knicks. I can't stand you, okay? You're a Boston Celtic fan. We all know you're a Boston Celtic fan, and you can't stand the New York Knicks. It didn't matter what the Knicks did in the offseason. He couldn't stand it. He didn't like it. And maybe right now he could be right. The Knicks aren't playing good basketball. That's fine. Bill Simmons has been more wrong than right. So to come out here and say that Giannis is a great destination for the Nets, what is he smoking? Whatever he's smoking, please give me some of that. I want to smoke it. I'm so ready to smoke that crap because that ganja, whatever it is, it's I don't know, it's haze or whatever, Cali, Kush, whatever it is. I'm smoking it with you, Bill, because you're out of your goddamn mind. The only team right now that makes any sense for him, Giannis, as a person, as a player, it's the Thunder. And he took it out of my voice. And by the way, he's probably not watching this show, but guess what? If he is, I got 2 words for you. Suck it, Bill.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it when you look at
3 words. I'm sorry.
Yeah, there you go. But when are the Nets ever going to learn? Like, you try an experiment that's failed massively twice, and you're going to try to do it again with Giannis. Now, I understand Giannis is younger than Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce and those guys the first time around. Is he not? Is he that much younger than Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving when they tried that? I mean, not really. Like, Kyrie Irving and Giannis, like, 5 years apart, that's practically the same age. And you're going to try the same experiment again when you're trying to get all these draft picks back. It took years to get the draft picks back that you lost for years. And that didn't have a first round pick, I think, until one of those younger players out of the draft. I think it might have been Karis LeVert, I think was the last one that they had. And then they had years without one until Cam Thomas. So you're going that long, and now you want to throw them away again for Giannis and maybe Damian Lillard, hopefully to come. But Damian Lillard said that was his second destination. And guess who the player that Damian Lillard wanted to play with most when he had the rumors with the Nets was Mikal Bridges, who's not there anymore. So yeah, that's going to limit the value a lot more of that.
He's with the Knicks. If he wants to go there.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
I don't want him, by the way.
There's a big difference there with what the Nets are building now and what they can build. This is the model that you want to have. Look at OKC. OKC is a good example of that. You accumulate all these draft picks after trading Russell Westbrook. You trade Paul George, and now you built a team nicely. I mean, we'll see on Chet Holmgren. We'll talk about him in a bit being injury prone, but they built a really good young team amidst all that. They were the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. The Nets can get that with all these draft picks, but no, they're stuck with all these bum contracts like Ben Simmons, and now you want to go for like all 3 at once when it doesn't work.
I got a good name for Dame now. You know how they call him Dame Time?
Mm-hmm.
We'll call him Dime Time because that's what he is. He's not worth a dime. You can have him. Anybody wants that contract?
Everything's still better than Ben Simmons' contract.
Well, he has 1 more year left on his contract. He'll head over there to Miami as Jimmy Buckets is about 90 years old with his knees.
Yeah,
that's not going to work. Okay.
And all of it's still better than Ben Simmons' contract.
That's true. Absolutely.
Very true. As they're doing a Klay Thompson tribute right now.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yes, thank you,
Wonderful
Nathan, for that note.
Yeah, we'll get Nathan in just a few moments. But, Dame is an interesting dime for us to talk about. It's a shame what happened to him. But, again, Dame was never a winner. Where did he ever win? He was in Portland. He never won. He comes to Milwaukee. He never won. They got a coach fired. They had a coach. They had a great record. They get him fired. They bring in Doc friggin' Rivers. Doc friggin' Rivers. I rest my case. That's how dumb the organization. And by the way, where's Doc? Oh, I'm sorry. They got 2 wins. Doc friggin' Rivers.
They had 8 losses at this point in the season, and they had 10 in 40 games when they fired Griffin last year.
Doc was adopted. There it was. Adopted by the Bucks.
So I listened to Bill Simmons, guys. I've listened to him for like 25 years.
I feel bad.
This guy does make up a lot of stuff, but at the same time, he has lots of crazy theories. And one of them was that the Nets would go get this guy because Ben Simmons' contract is simply an expiring contract that can match up with Giannis. OKC cannot match up with Giannis's contract unless they give away some assets, and they're not really in a position to do so unless they get an injury exception for Chet, which we'll talk about in a little bit. But that will be the determining factor for them. Similarly, the Knicks could either throw Mitch into a deal for him, or Mitch would they'd have to really get rid of guys, and they don't really have any assets. So he saw the Nets and their unlimited draft picks. Listen to this: they got 4 first-round picks this year. The Nets, they've got one. They've got one the next year. They got 2 the year after that. 3 the year after that.
I bet you Giannis
They
has a
could
no
offer
trade
$1 million
clause.
picks.
I bet you Giannis has a no trade clause.
Well, you say that, but he also is on a team that completely sucks out.
Why would he go to the Nets? Come on. Why would
They're
want
better
to go
than
to the Nets?
this. They're way better than this. They wouldn't have to give up any players.
Oh,
just Ben Simmons' expiring contract and 7 first-round picks.
Come on.
And they could do it because who cares about the picks?
Giannis will not be successful with the Brooklyn Nets. Go ask Kevin Durant. Go ask, I don't know, Kyrie Irving. Go ask James Harden. They completely die in Brooklyn. It's just like the Jets.
I don't disagree.
Everybody that
I
goes to the
can't
Jets,
wait for
they
it to
die.
happen.
They die.
I hate the Nets. I can't wait for it to happen. But I do think Giannis is a transcendent talent, guys. He's a top 5 player in the league. There's no question about it. If he ever developed a shot,
So is Kevin Durant. What happened to him? So is Kevin Durant, right?
Look, he's younger. He's like 10 years younger or 8 years younger than Durant.
Hold on. How old is Giannis right now?
He's about to be 30.
He's about to be 30. Kevin Durant, when he went to the Nets, how old was he?
I think it was 31.
He was 31. That I'm telling you, Kevin Durant was a top 2 player when he went to the Brooklyn Nets. What did that do for them?
He's not Durant, but his skill set is a unique skill set, especially
Who do
defensively.
they have to play with him? Who wants to go over there and play with Giannis in Brooklyn? Please. James Harden was hanging out in front of the stadium trying to sell playoff tickets because nobody wanted to go and watch him play. So you think that Giannis
plenty
wants
of
to go
good
over there?
restaurants in Williamsburg to go out to eat with the hipsters?
Stop.
They're
all
fantastic in
fucking
uptown
restaurants.
Brooklyn.
He's not going there.
Joba, you ever go out in North Brooklyn, like the Williamsburg area?
Yeah, I actually filmed a TV show there.
What TV show was that?
Man versus Food.
Oh, I remember that. Yes.
Yep.
Look at you, Joba.
That was a good one.
You're a sensational superstar that was on.
Adam, we'll get Adam Richmond on the show. He's
dude.
He's
I
traveling
watched
now.
all of those.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, he's great.
You're gonna make fish come in his pants, man. But be careful.
Close. I would say no, but close. Guys, look, the other team was Houston, though, Errol, that he mentioned, because Houston also has that capital, and they have some more interesting young pieces. And that's the other team I would keep a real close eye on, because they've got some real interesting and starting to develop young guys over there.
Another dead place to go.
Well, look, they weren't so dead back with T-Mac and Yao. I love that team. It was a lot of fun to watch that team. It's been a long time. I did not enjoy the Harden teams. With Chris Paul, the ISO ball on steroids. I'll never understand how someone can accrue such amazing statistics like Harden and Westbrook did for those years, running the most boring version of basketball you can possibly watch as a fan. It was terrible. It was like watching Floyd Mayweather just counterpunch the entire match.
Well,
you mentioned that type of greatness. You
mentioned the Thunder. The Thunder announced that Chet Holmgren will miss 8 to 12 weeks for a pelvic fracture. Well, Speedy, he must have been pounding something out. The injury occurred to his right hip when he fell hard trying to block a shot. Are you sure that's what he was trying to do? Holmgren's surgeons said they are optimistic this injury won't hurt him long term, and he could return late January. Holmgren also missed his entire rookie season with a foot injury. The Thunder are still without both Isaiah Hartenstein and Jalen Williams for the next 2 or more weeks. Holmgren averaged 16.5 points per game, 7.9 rebounds per game, 2.4 assists per game this season, and was runner-up to Wemby for Rookie of the Year. By the way, we're not going to get into the Wemby thing because I'm not going to go back and forth all over social media again with this. I think, my opinion, Chet Holmgren is going to be a better player than Wemby. That's just my opinion, because What Holmgren can do, I think, is one. I think he's going to get bigger. He's going to get stronger, and he's not built the way Wembanyama is. I think Wembanyama is a stilt. This guy still, he's 7'1". He still has the ability to bulk up like Mitchell Robinson. I think he will. So I like Holmgren better. That's just my opinion. As far as this situation with Giannis, this is the best fit. This is the best fit. If they can figure out how contracts will work and how they're going to move picks and this and that, I think Williams and Shai and Giannis, this would be the best team Giannis has ever played for. And you're talking, Giannis is still in the prime of his career. You're going to tell me with Shai and Williams, they don't win back-to-back championships, maybe in 3 in a row? This team is built to win now. They've got a great coaching staff. I think they're absolutely fantastic to watch. And their bench is one of the best in the league when they're 100% healthy. There is no weakness if they bring in Giannis. Their problem going into the season was their size problem inside the paint and rebounding. That's why they brought in Isaiah Hartenstein. But guess what? Isaiah Hartenstein, as much as I love him as a New York Knick, guy can't stay healthy. He cannot stay healthy. So if you bring in Isaiah Hartenstein and you have Giannis, you're going to tell him, how are you going to be able to bang against them? This has been their weakness in the playoffs. Who watched OKC? Do we remember what happened to OKC? They couldn't rebound. Shai Alexander could take over games, but guess what? As good as Shai is, he can't do all the rebounding. They weren't getting enough of it. And Holmgren is not really a rebounder. That's not his game. His game is shooting. He's a perimeter shooting type of guy. He could pass. He's a very good passer. He's not a guy that can stand in the paint and be a good defender. He's not really that kind of guy. And no, I'm not saying he can't block. He can't do those things. He can. He's just not. If you're going to ask me who's a better player, who would I want, Giannis or Holmgren? I'm taking Giannis. It's not even an argument. And if they want to win right now, OKC hasn't won. All those great teams, Harden, Westbrook, Kevin Durant, Ibaka. Just think about those 4. They couldn't win. They had to play Miami. They had to play that 3. There was no chance they had a chance of winning. And they had a chance to win, twice in the finals? They couldn't get over the hump. I'm telling you right now, OKC's best chance to win is Giannis. How do I pronounce? Hold on. Antetokounmpo, right? Am I almost? Antetokounmpo. There it is. It flows.
It's actually for
roll off the tongue.
It actually for more elaborate last names like that. It's the one you pronounce the best.
There you go.
You've actually done it well for 3 years with that name.
Well, I'm good.
Well, phonetically, it's spelt the same way it's pronounced.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Joba, Mr. Lawyer. I mean, I'm not going to define myself with a law specifics, but my thought to pronouncing a name would be Greek freak, because at least it rolls off the tongue. Speedy, you like that?
It does roll off the tongue.
It rolls. It rolls. Does it roll off your tongue?
It does.
Oh,
Do you like using your tongue, Speedy?
Oh, absolutely does.
I mean, you kind of have to with some things.
Oh,
I'm not licking anyone.
That is also true.
Somebody's got to lick something, right, Speedy?
Okay, find that person.
Well, you want me to pick a person for you to lick?
No, I want you to find a person to be the licker.
Oh, so you want me to find somebody to lick you?
No, I didn't say me.
Oh, you just said you want me to find somebody to lick.
Be the licker.
Yeah, to lick you.
No!
Oh, I'm just figuring. I mean, something's got to work. It's got to bounce off of you somehow, right?
No, it doesn't.
Well, something has to
No, it
bounce.
doesn't.
Well, how do I pull you?
What?
If you can't bounce, I got to pull.
No, you don't.
So what do I have to do?
Nothing.
Can I
wasn't pulling anything.
I'm going to pull you.
No, you're not.
All right, you pull me.
No.
Shaft the balls.
Neither.
You got to pick one.
Shaft.
I figured. The longer the better, right, Speedy?
No, I don't care about size either.
No, it's about the flavor. The size doesn't matter.
Good job. Voice of
The
reason
harder the
wins
better, right?
again.
Well, somebody's got to use it, right?
Yeah, someone's got to use their voice of reason. Joba's doing it very well.
Well, kind of, your sausage and peppers, I had my sausage and peppers.
Good for you.
Good for you, good for me.
You!
Good for both of us.
I do love a good sausage and peppers.
Well, there you go, Job. I mean, not the Nebraska type, I mean, that's it's not tasty. The harder the better, right? It is harder. It's definitely better.
Again, it doesn't matter.
Well, would you rather harder or softer?
The regular way.
Well, what's the regular way?
Have you eaten a sausage?
Hey, it
Well,
is
not the kind of sausage you've eaten.
it is Taco Tuesday. Did you have any pink tacos today, Speedy?
I did not.
Well, what kind of?
I did not have any pink tacos.
Well, what kind of tacos do you want?
I don't have any tacos.
You like chocolate? Yeah. What do you like?
What?
Chocolate tacos.
I thought those weren't around anymore.
Well, they are. They're back.
Oh, they're back.
They are back. And they're ready to observe. They're ready to be observed.
Okay, congratulations.
Are you observing?
Why don't you go run out and go chase an ice cream truck? If you want a Choco Taco so badly, go ahead.
I have to have my vanilla and chocolate.
All right, go run and chase an ice cream truck.
Well, listen, I did that when I was a kid, and I
know.
probably do that.
Figured you did.
Well, the guy tried to run me over a couple of times, but that's just me. I was a
bound to happen.
After Syracuse's loss against Boston College, rookie head coach Fran Brown revealed that he never showers after a loss. Well, that's wonderful. Probably stinks like crap. He said that losing coaches don't deserve to have soap. Quarterback Kyle McCord said that no ritual or what is this? What did you write over here? Superstition. There you go. Was that weird when he was with Ohio State, but will support his coach. Syracuse has only lost 3 games this season and is bowl eligible in their first year under Brown. Well, that's an interesting story. What's going on over there? What does that sound over there? Is that a dog?
Yeah, she's scratching right now.
Well, somebody's scratching. Speedy, what are you scratching?
Not Joba's dog.
Now, by the way, I grew up a Syracuse fan. Why? Because Donovan McNabb, my friends. I always follow the Orange Men. Basketball, football. They're the only real D1 New York school out there. I mean, honestly, if you think about it, is there any? Is there really any? Guys?
No.
Not for Power 5 conferences, no.
Is there any?
Well, my alma mater is Buffalo, who was playing tonight, and I believe that they are losing to Ball State. Little fun fact.
Ball State, right? Balls
I'm
deep.
not a fan of Ball State.
You like to go balls deep, right? You like to go balls deep, right?
No.
You like Ball State then?
Whatever.
So you like to go balls deep, right?
I don't know.
You either like balls, you either go balls deep or you like Ball State. What do you like?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know either way.
It was a big rivalry back in college, and we did have a sign confiscated during the ESPN game that said "Suck my Ball State," and it was sad and tragic because on the other side it was their best player's mother had AIDS or something like that. They didn't see that part.
Ouch!
But we were really aggressive back in 2004 time. This was like when Napster was still around, guys. This was a very pirate days of the internet and media and sports media. We could get away with a lot of stuff back then. People have no idea. No one was filming anything. I can't even imagine if we were go back in time and we have to redo all that with it while it being filmed like all these kids have today. And then you look at a guy like this, Fran Brown. You know how many guys used to be like that? Just crazy old coaches. You can't do stuff. You can't be like this anyway. I worked with a guy who called every kid a sea sucker in a positive and negative way, just like it was every 5th word out of his mouth. It was just who this guy was.
Interesting. Sea suckers. That's an interesting line right there. I mean, somebody not washing themselves after a loss, that's kind of weird. But hey, you know what? Whatever works for him. But how the hell are you going to be able to coach somebody if you smell like crap until you win a game? I mean, seriously. Yeah, there are teams that lose like 5-6 games in a row. So you're telling me you're not going to take a shower until you win?
Ugh.
I mean, seriously, I don't want to be right next to you. I mean, people with their dreadlocks, they don't wash their hair forever. I mean, I'll tell you a funny story. This is a really, really funny story. I met this guy, and he was showing me around. He obviously played for Stony Brook, and he was showing me around the school. And it was really like 3 years into broadcasting and stuff like that. So this was before Speedy. It was just me and Mikey C. So we got invited and we got to see the school. So they showed us around the football field and everything like that. So they introduced me to one of their interns, a guy that was working for the coach. He was like I don't know what the hell. He was like the ball boy or whatever the hell. He's showing us around the back room and I smelled something. Okay. So me and Mike are walking into the locker room and I'm smelling something. It smells like crap. Okay. And I kept trying to find out where it stunk. Dude, guys, it smelled like a skunk. It was really, really bad. It was torturous. It was a really, really bad smell. And I'm getting closer and I'm walking closer trying to find where the smell was. And it was really the kid. It was the guy that was walking around with us. As he got closer to us, I was like, Mike, what is that? What is that smell? It's really potent. And then I went to the guy. He's like, do you smell? There's something that smells. And he's looking at me. He's like, I don't smell anything. And Mike looks at me and he stares at me and he's pointing at his hair. And then I finally realized it was him. He smelled like crap. He smelled like a skunk. The guy didn't wash his hair for like, I don't know, 2 years. He said his dreadlocks had been in his head. You can't wash dreadlocks. That's disgusting. Could you imagine not washing your hair for 2 years?
Wow. I figured there might have been young kids that did that, not Mikey C.
Guys, it was the worst smell. It was the worst smell you could possibly smell. It was so bad. It was worse than a skunk. Wow. I mean, it was really bad. It was the dirtiest foot you'll ever smell. That's how bad it was.
John, have you ever dealt with anything like that in any of the places you play?
There's been a couple that I've ran into some. Dreads don't smell the best because that's why they are dreadlocks. Is because I mean you wash them every once in a great while, but man, I had a couple people like this goes back to middle school, and I won't drop his name, but he smelled so bad every day. And didn't know his upbringing, didn't know anything, never wanted to judge him, and never would. But man, he was musty. He was musty. There's no other way to say it because he was a good dude, but at the same time, he was funky. He just had that.
Do that again. Use that. Or we got to take that. Coops, you got to get that. Say it one more time.
What, he was funky?
Funky. Go get it.
Yeah, no, he was. I mean, and one day he showed up. I left one of my shirts in PE in my locker. He wore that bitch the next day and it hadn't even been washed. And I was like, oh no.
Hey, have you ever been in a hockey locker room? Have you ever? It is the worst because you can't wash the pads. You can't.
Yeah, my son played hockey.
Oh my God. It always smelled. Oh my God. I would get new gloves every year and new shit. It was very expensive because everybody would wear the same socks. And hockey, when you make the playoffs, the first thing you do is you don't change, you don't wash your clothes for the whole playoffs.
That goes to the shower. I don't deserve trust me, I get it.
Oh my God. It smelled like a horse's ass in the locker room. It really did. Oh, it was the worst smell you ever had. And especially if you're a winning team and you always won. By the end of the season, I was like, I would wear nose plugs and when I would go into the locker room because I didn't want to smell what was in there.
It was awful. It was awful. I'd never realized, like, Karter stopped playing. I think it was he'll have to remind me when he comes back on the show. I think it's like 3rd or 4th grade. But I'm like, how the hell do you smell this terrible? Like, I'm like, go put this in the garage. Like, no. Like, and so then I just started being a hockey parent and just like literally hanging everything in the garage. Because I'm like, don't bring this in. Like, come in and set it straight in the laundry room. Your breezers, we'll hang those up. We'll do everything. And I was just like, how do you smell this bad? And you haven't even hit puberty yet. Now he's just terrible. They don't This is disgusting, by the way. So my son played basketball and baseball, right?
Mhm.
They didn't shower after basketball games. He would come give me a hug after playing like 30 minutes a game.
Mm.
And he's like, I'm going over to Kennedy's house. And I would tell Kennedy I'm his girlfriend. And I'd be like, you might need to wash your sweatshirt because he smells terrible. I'm like, are you going to go home and shower or rinse off or something? He's like, no, we're just going to go out. I'm like, you are nasty. And I'm like, you showered in Major League clubhouses. You can't shower here? Like, what are we doing? He's like, Dad, we don't do that anymore. And I'm like, you're nasty. Get away from me.
Spoiled by the clubhouses.
Yeah. I'm like, you shower with grown men when you're a little kid. Like, you didn't care then.
But you Joba, you look at kids, and there are many kids that go to the bathroom, they take a dump, and they take one tissue and they wipe their ass, and that's all they do. They wipe their ass and they get up and they smell the whole day, and you're wondering where that smell comes from, and it's because they don't know how to clean their own ass. I mean, I see it a lot, even in the hospital. I see you go to the bathroom, you're taking you're taking a piss, and then right over there in the other, in the stall, these guys are taking it. You hear them getting ready to wipe their, your ass, and then they get up, they pull one thing, they wipe, and they throw it. How the hell you wipe your ass after taking a dump that long? How the hell are you going to pull one tissue and wipe your ass with it? I mean, seriously, I got sick. And then, by the way, I don't want to say this, but I'm not going to throw anybody on the bus, but one of the bosses at the hospital was actually taking a dump and comes right out. And I saw he was one of the guys that did it. I almost got sick. He actually put his hand out. I was like, I'm getting out of here. Nice to see you again. So I'm not mentioning any names, but it is kind of disgusting. I'm just telling you, people don't know how to wipe their ass. Nathan, do you know how to wipe your ass? You are on mute, Nathan.
Nathan doesn't know how to unmute, apparently.
Are you muted? Nathan, you're muted.
Oh, there you go. Can you hear me now?
There you are. Joba.
Yeah. What up, guys? How you doing? Joba, what's up? How you been, man?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. Hey, Errol, how are you feeling?
Oh, guys, I don't know how I got through, but I'm going to tell you this right now. I feel I've been feeling a tingle over there in my crotch area for the last past hour. So I haven't been getting sharp pains yet, but I'm sure, as I move around, it'll start again. I'll tell you this. I got it at 2:00. Joba, you're going to love this. At 2:00 when I got off the phone with you, or 2:30 when I was off the phone with you, I started getting sharp pain. So I started popping pills like chewables. And
oh my God.
I'm going to tell you this right now. I was flying after. My eyes were drowsy. I mean, people were looking at me like, oh, did you get enough sleep? Yeah, I got enough sleep. I was feeling good. I was feeling good when I left,
What's up, Fish? What's up, Speedy? How you guys doing?
What's up, Nathan?
How you doing? You guys, by the way, I replayed your interview with Eric Hosmer. By the way, you killed it. I love that interview with Eric Hosmer. Great job.
Yeah, he was a great guy. Yeah, good shout out to you.
That's
Joba.
the jobster.
Joba.
He was awesome, man.
Yeah. How about you, Nathan? 2 in a pink, 1 in a stink, or 1 in a stink, 2 in a pink? What do you got? What do you got?
Whichever one has more leashes.
You have a leash? You have a leash, Speedy?
No, you're the king of the leash.
So Joba, Nathan has been known for this take. He says that when you find the right woman, you'll be able to put her on a leash and walk her. What do you think? What do you think a woman would say to him if you actually said that to a woman?
Well, I don't know if they like to be put on leashes. I think that's illegal, isn't it? And I guess unless you're into that type of stuff.
Well, I guess Nathan is. I think he's into it. I mean, Nathan's into a lot of things, right, Nath?
Strip clubs, strippers.
Oh, that's Joba's. Now you're getting into
Job, I gotta take you to a strip club then.
You're gonna take me into a strip club? I think he'd take you to.
Oh my God!
Yes, Scoops. Yes.
There's this place where I live in Jersey. It's called Centerfolds. That's a great strip club. That's a great one right there. Centerfold. It's called Centerfolds.
I think I've been there.
Oh, you did? Neptune, New Jersey?
Well, maybe this is a different centerfolds, but I think I've been to a centerfolds here and there.
You know why they call it centerfolds, right?
Right. We got to tell my dad hi. He's in our
Pops!
chat
Oh,
on
what's
YouTube.
up?
Hi, Pops.
What's up, Joba?
Pops is here. And by the way, Nathan, you are a very interesting cat. Okay. And by the way, you write some great stories on
Thank you.
the Worldwide Sports Radio.
By the way, Joba, yeah, I don't know if Joba, you saw the articles, right? I'll
Yep.
be writing it with the show.
Yep.
You need to write about an article about Speedy and
No, I gotta write an article.
sausages.
I gotta write an article about
What? Leashes, dogs, women, strip
About the-
clubs,
Yeah.
stinks, that kind of stuff. I mean, somebody's got to figure it out. But before we obviously have a segment. We're gonna go through the games, Joba, and we're gonna give everybody an opportunity after our takes, Joba, to give us their takes, okay? Because we got 20. We're gonna do this for 10 minutes. All right. We're gonna go through all the games. All right. Yes. Before
on Tuesday this week, actually, we have a lot of events coming up at Woodbridge Brewing Company. But Tuesday, November 19th, we got Chad Ochocinco coming to Woodbridge.
Very nice.
November 19th, and then this weekend's Willie Rand. Oh, you're coming to Willie, right? November 17th.
I'm gonna try. I've been very busy, my friend. It's been a very long. Dude, I got a kidney stone I have to pass.
I know.
That's horrible. I don't think anybody understands what it feels like to get some rock and you're trying to, spit it out of your junk. Okay. It's not something that I would advise or have anybody do. And if you want to do it, then you're a pervert. Anyways, you guys ready? Joba, you ready?
I mean, let's roll.
All right. So, Speedy, you ready?
Yep. So we'll start with the Thursday night game. The Ravens beating the Bengals 35-34. Errol, you were in Mills.
We'll go Joba first.
All right. I was gonna go.
By the way, we're gonna name this, and I just want to. We're gonna call this. What are we gonna call it? We're gonna call it "Whip Around the Week" for the NFL. You ready?
All right. So Joba, you're going first.
I thought it was whip around the league.
No, that's what I meant. Whip around the league. Joba, you correct me. All right, you got to spit it out.
Yeah. So they go for two. They don't get it. They try to go for the win. What are your thoughts on that, Joba?
I mean, first of all, I mean, can we say anything other than Jamar Chase? Probably won a lot of dudes, a lot of fantasy leagues. Do you go for two at that point? I don't know. It was, 9 touchdowns between both quarterbacks. It was impressive. It was going to be a great game. They obviously covered. But yeah, it was fun to watch. It was entertaining. It was everything you thought it was going to be, if not more. And it was a fun game all around to watch.
I just want to apologize to all the Bengal fans and the Jamar Chase fans. I did not say Jamar Chase was a top 5 wide receiver. Well, this year he is. There's no question that he is. He's putting up the numbers, maybe because of the money. So congratulations to the great season Jamar Chase is having. But it really wasn't Jamar Chase that won those games. That was Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow, 34 for 56, 428 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interception. This was the best quarterback game I've seen of the season. With the Ravens, obviously Lamar Jackson, 25 for 33, 290 yards, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions. And Lamar Jackson had 7 carries for 33 yards. I mean, both quarterbacks were sensational. It was just Joe Burrow was, better on the scoreboard. As far as I'm concerned, the Baltimore Ravens won the game, so that's all that matters. But again, it was a great game, and both teams didn't know how to play defense for some damn reason.
All right, speaking of quarterbacks that probably haven't thrown 9 touchdowns all season, the New York Giants and the Carolina...
Hold on one second. Before you do that.
Oh, that's true. We have to ask Nathan. That's right.
We got to ask Nathan and Fish. Let's spit it out.
Yeah, I can't believe you skipped me, Speedy. Come on, man.
Well, spit it out. Let's hear it.
But, obviously, you got to start it with Jamar Chase. In my opinion, one of the best young receivers in the game, obviously, top receivers in the game, and you got to pay this man. They got to pay Jamar Chase. He deserves his money. But what a game! And
they pay him?
Huh?
Well, they're going to pay.
Yeah, they're going to pay him. But what a game! Obviously, Bengals they could have won this game, but obviously Lamar Jackson was on another level in this game. But I think this was, in my opinion, one of the most entertaining games of the week.
Fish.
All right, guys, Lamar Jackson is going to be back-to-back MVP. He is better than everybody on the planet Earth right now. It doesn't really matter that Joe Burrow is one of the best players in the world. Lamar Jackson's better. Lamar Jackson can do everything on a field. They have to respect his running ability, so he just tucks it down, and then he throws to wide open receivers because they have to respect his running ability. He did it on the first touchdown. He does it all the time, and then he gets out of all these plays. He's the best in the world. They're gonna look. This is a Super Bowl favorite in my opinion. I really do believe that.
They don't have a defense. If their defense doesn't wake up, they're not beating anybody. That defense is just. It's not as good as it used to be. I don't know what's going on with them. They better figure it out because if they don't, they're not beating Kansas City. And Kansas City finds a way. They're getting the referees. They're going to get the calls. So there I am. Oh, look at that. I'm the guitarist. That's good.
One of your best graphics, Fish.
There you go.
Oh, my God.
All right.
All right. Next game, two quarterbacks that probably haven't thrown 9 touchdowns all year combined.
Let's bring Scoops in because he's a Giant.
All right. So the Carolina Panthers take down the New York Giants by a final of 20-17. A game-winning field goal by Jets legend Eddie Pinheiro in that one. We'll start with. You want to start with Scoops? You want to
go ahead.
Yeah, man. I mean, this was just very Giants-like. I mean, I remember when we were talking about it last show with Fish. Fish was even saying, "Please let's let the Giants be better than the Panthers." Well, I'm just saying the first carry by Tyrone Tracy in overtime was just a media fumble. I just already knew. And the thing that made this game crazy was that the Panthers tried everything in their power to give the game back to the Giants, but in Giants fashion, they didn't want it either. So good for Bryce Young. You saw him getting all happy on the sidelines and everything, all excited. So it's good to see his confidence restored back, but the Giants absolutely blew this game.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm having a job. You go. Go ahead.
No. Yeah, you called it. It's they did everything they could to try to give it back, and I mean, seeing him try to, celebrate and whatever. It's just like, I mean, I was glad Hubbard went off because he got me some points in fantasy, and I still even lost. But it's literally, like you said, it's in Giants fashion, and I mean, I don't think there's any better way to say it. And it's just one of those things. And as we've seen, there's been reports that Daniel Jones may never throw another pass for the Giants again. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
Please. I don't want to see it anymore. I've seen enough.
This team is I don't know. This team is this game was horrible, and in my opinion, they got to bench Daniel Jones. They're not going anywhere. They got to play my guy Tommy DeVito.
Stop with this.
He needs to play. DeVito needs to play. DeVito has. He need. Screw. I don't forget about Drew Lock. Put in Tommy DeVito in the game.
Get out of here.
They got to play.
So they add EJ Perry off of waivers.
I don't have to say anything. All I'm going to say is you Giant fans are going to regret it. That's all I'm going to say. Good. Let him go somewhere else. He needs it. He needs to go somewhere else because the Giants ruined him. So
he'll be going to the CFL so Wes can bet against him. That's where he's going next.
I'm going to tell you this right now. He will be backing up somebody in the NFL next year, and he will get his chance. And I think he will show you that you were wrong. So that's just my opinion.
You mean the XFL?
No, the NFL. He's starting. He's not starting. He's going to back up somebody in the NFL next year. I guarantee.
Real bright spot, Speedy. Gotta let you know the highest graded offensive player for the New York Football Giants in this game was the one you expected, Evan Neal, playing right tackle. Had an 80+ PFF grade. The Neal-assance is back. It is all going for the future. We have the line. Neal is there, boys.
Shows how bad this offensive line is.
Does that mean we're going to see an ad drop of Evan Neal on Nithin's leash?
We're talking too much about the Giants. They lost against Carolina.
Speaking of the Giants, quick birthday shout out to Dexter Lawrence. Today's his birthday.
Sexy Dex.
Yeah, happy birthday, Dexter Lawrence.
All right, next game. The New England Patriots 19, the Chicago Bears 3. Battle of rookie quarterbacks. One got an offensive coordinator fired, and the other one plays for the Patriots. Al, your thoughts?
It's nothing. There really is nothing to brag about. And everybody, and by the way, Mikey C. May is not going to be a top 3 quarterback at any point in his career. Just so you know. That's all I'm going to say about this game. It was putrid.
All right, Joba, what are your thoughts on top 3 quarterback Drake May?
Well, first of all, like I said, I think Mikey C. He was in grandma's cough syrup, because when he said that, I'm like, what in the world? This game was awful. I mean, in every aspect of what it was. And I'm like, I kind of wanted to turn it off, but it was like watching a train wreck. You kind of want to just watch it just to see how bad it actually gets.
Mm-hmm.
And it was that bad.
Nathan, what are your thoughts from the quarterbacks that you didn't know in the draft?
I knew about Drake May. What are you talking about?
I don't know about that.
But Drake May. I mean, the Bears defense. They have a good defense, but obviously Drake May. He looked pretty good in his start. But I think
he looked like crap. 184, 1 touchdown, 1 interception.
The
guy did not play well. I don't know why anybody said their defense played well. That's it. Their defense showed up.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the Bears, but
stop this. Drake May is never going to be a top 3 quarterback. I don't know what Mike is smoking. Okay, actually, you're right. You're right. Corn syrup or whatever the hell he's hanging out in something he's doing, but it's definitely not Drake May.
My take on horrible for the Bears, and obviously they fired their OC today. So there you go.
Well, good for them. That's good. There's nothing to say. Go to the next.
Oh, okay.
All right, there's nothing to say about that. Who cares about that game? Go to another one.
All right, the Buffalo Bills 30, the Indianapolis Colts 20. Lots of interceptions.
Let Fish pick this one. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, we got the Bills game.
Yes.
All right, guys. Josh Allen might not be like the prettiest statistical quarterback there is. He throws interceptions. He gambles sometimes, but he is such a force running the football. We were making jokes earlier in the show, maybe in the chat, about Tebow. This is if Tebow was also a great player at the same time and also ran like this, except he's also 6'7", built like Roethlisberger. Josh Allen is a freak out there, and he's able to do things that carry the team. He can get the first downs with his legs in a way that that you just don't see other teams doing. It just breaks the will of teams. You see it every single week. Flacco, 3 picks. There's a reason why Flacco's been bouncing around. He still can kind of win you some games, but he also throws it away. He also had a sack fumble, turns the ball over. The Colts aren't going anywhere.
How are you blowing up Josh Allen in this game when he had 2 interceptions too?
Yeah, there was 5 total in the game.
Yeah, he did not play well. And if he does this against Kansas City next week, it's going to be a very short game, because that's probably as quick as Speedy, learns how to work it, right? The short game, right?
I don't know.
You like the short game, right? The long game or the short game? I'm asking you. Short game, long game. I figured.
I wasn't pulling anything.
Speedy, I do have a question before we move on. What were you and Nathan doing at the mall the other day?
Apparently.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's crazy. Wait, is that the? Wait, hold on. Is that the?
Got a little bit of trouble.
Is that
the Jared Goff's Jewelers in the back? I know that.
Is this the new sequel to the new Mall Cop movie or something?
I hope not. That would be a very scary.
You would be the person to get arrested by a mall cop, Nathan. I can see that.
Speaking of an ugly sight,
you guys are crazy.
Speaking of an ugly sight, it was an ugly sight for the Broncos special teams. They thought they were going to beat the Chiefs, but a blocked field goal wins it. Let's go to Joba for this one, who lives right in between the 2 states of those 2 teams.
Oh, it was one of those things you see. Like, my son is a Broncos fan, and we were talking about it, and it's just one of those things where somehow the Chiefs come out and figure something out. And, that block kick, and you're just like, really? Like, this is, I had to shake my head watching it. And I'm like, neither team really did anything. I think the Broncos played out of their ass. But also at the same time, the Chiefs didn't really do anything crazy. I mean, when Kareem Hunt has more receiving yards than Travis Kelce, and both scored a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just they have so many weapons and so many different aspects where they just find a way to win. They find a way to win. Are they going to go undefeated? I don't know. I mean, we'll see what happens. But, I mean, it's just they just find a way to win. And that's what winners do. And that's
Stop. They didn't find a way to win. The Broncos stink. That's it. They stink.
They gave them a run for their money.
Oh, did they ever? Did they ever? Everybody's giving the Kansas City.
The Broncos could have won this game easily too.
Dude, the Chiefs should have 3 or 4 losses. Teams are just letting them win these games. It's horrible. Horrible. It makes me sick to my stomach. They're 9-0. That crappy team is 9-0. They are crappy. The fact that they're 9-0 makes me sick. That's all I'm going to say.
All right, next game, we'll start with Nippon this time. The Saints upsetting the Falcons in the first game of the interim coach.
This game was crazy. Obviously, the Saints going through a lot with the firing of their head coach. I didn't expect this to happen, but it's a division game, so anything can happen in a division game. So, but what a big win for the Saints, and obviously Derek Carr, he looked pretty good. All in all, great win and good for the interim head coach to get the first one out of the way.
Give it to Joba. Let's hear Joba.
I mean, at the same time, you still have Alvin Kamara doing what he does. I mean, I think Derek Carr did look pretty good. I think he did. I didn't think he was overpressured. I don't think he panicked. He made quality passes when it happened. And I think for what they have and the situation that they're doing, I think this was the best outcome that they could wish for or hope for. So, I mean, that's really kind of what I took from this.
All right, next one, Errol, we'll have you go to this one. I know you love Baker Mayfield, but his team lost 23-20 to the 49ers. 49ers almost kicked it away 3 times.
It wasn't Baker Mayfield's fault because Baker Mayfield still played well, and honestly, he has nobody to throw to. So I can't really hate the fact that the Buccaneers had a chance to win this game, and that speaks volume of what Baker Mayfield is as a quarterback. And again, you're going to say, well, 18 for 29, 116 yards and 1 touchdown. Well, Baker didn't really do anything. It's what Baker does as a leader. That's what stands out from the most. And even though the Buccaneers defense played very, very well, and you look at Brock Purdy's numbers, they're absolutely ridiculous. 25 for 36 and 353 yards and 2 touchdowns. I think that what stands out to me from both teams is pretty simple. Brock Purdy is always going to be looked at as the other guy, and Baker Mayfield is always going to be looked at as the first round draft pick that everybody is questioning. Is he worth that, that first round pick or not? And he's proven it this year that he has been. And even though the numbers don't show it in this game, I thought that the game was fun to watch. I thought there was a lot of craziness back and forth, but all in all, San Francisco is the better team. Healthy with Christian McCaffrey. And Christian McCaffrey still has a long way going, but they're going to be in a good spot when he figures it out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a huge aspect to what they're going to do. He's obviously going to have to get his legs under him and get everything ready. I was more interested in seeing Debo go after Moody after he missed 3 and then going at him, and then the long snapper comes over and has some words. And
that was embarrassing, by the way. That was very embarrassing to do something like that.
100%. I get where Debo's coming from. I get it. Like, don't do this. Like, I understand where he's coming from, but like, that's what we've said on this show before. It's like, man, that's an in-house thing. Like, don't do it. And I get in the heat of the moment. I understand that, but at the same point, it's like there's a time and a place for it. And it didn't make sense to do it at that point, because obviously it came into play where, all right, now you did what you did and he ended up winning you the game. So it was just one of those things where I was just like, yeah, there's a time and a place for that. You can't do it now.
It's fit.
But, I mean, yeah. No, I get it.
Yeah. All right, we'll give this one a
shout out, Speedy. Shout out before we move on. Ricky Pearsall scored a touchdown after getting shot in the chest at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. That just want to make a note. Shout out to that guy for coming back and playing pretty well.
He's gonna be special, by the way.
My dumbass left him on the bench.
All right, we'll go to this game for Nathan.
What an inspiring story, Ricky. Just kudos to him and shout out to him and his family, man. What a great story to see him back on the field, and a big win for them. They needed this win, and they've been having up and down seasons. So.
All right, next game, we'll give this one to you, Nathan. The Pittsburgh Steelers beating
spin it out pretty quick.
Washington Commanders. Jets legend Mike Williams catching the winning touchdown.
Man, this was a crazy game, and what a game! And Steelers came back, and the Commanders could have won this game, but kudos to the Steelers for not giving up. And Russell Wilson looked good, and Mike Williams made a statement to the Jets with that touchdown and being with the new team. So there you go.
Russell Wilson looked good. Did you look at those numbers? He did not look good. He was not good. That's not why they won. Come on, Nathan. Did you watch the game?
Yes.
Come on, Nathan. I'm not stupid. I watched the game. It wasn't Russell Wilson. He made a couple of throws to Pickens. Pickens had a good day, but it wasn't because of Russell Wilson. I mean, the Steelers obviously got a running game from Jalen Warren, Najee Harris. They were running the ball all over the place. Even Cordell Patterson got a couple of touches in the game. That's why they won the game. And the defense. I mean, at the end of the game, what defense showed up? Pittsburgh defense showed up at the end of the game when you needed it the most. That's the fact.
All right, next game, the Vikings at the Jaguars. 12-7 the final on this one. Errol, what do you got?
I just answered. Give it to Joba.
All right, we'll go to Joba.
Yeah, it's surprising to me, like, how Justin Jefferson just doesn't just get involved more. I mean, he was targeted 9 times. He had 5 for 48. And it was kind of an ugly game. I mean, another game that had 5 interceptions in it. And so I mean, ETN and Aaron Jones had 17 for 88, and I mean his longest run was 13 yards, and so it was just a sloppy game all over. Definitely expected more from the Vikings for sure, but I mean a win is a win at this point when you're getting
horrible Joba. Oh my god!
I get it, and I go back and forth with one of my really good buddies, and his son and my son grew up together, and he's a huge Vikings fan, and it was sloppy all the way around. And I mean, we saw it from the get-go. So, but at the end of the day, you got the W. So what else more can you say?
I will say this, and I know I've been a big Sam Darnold supporter. It's very Sam-like. If you look at his Carolina career, his first 4 games, he was unbelievable. And then after that, as the season progressively moves forward, he falls off. Sam Darnold's doing the same thing right now at Minnesota. His first 5-6 games, he looked so fantastic. He was an MVP candidate. His last 3 to 4 games, they're not good. I mean, 24 for 38, 241 yards, 0 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. That's not going to get it done. And if Minnesota wants to compete with Green Bay and obviously the Lions, they got to play harder than this. And by the way, I love seeing TJ Hawkinson back on the field. I'm very happy to see this kid come back. He looked really, really good. This is a weapon that Sam's going to be able to use. He's fun to watch. And Mac Jones, give me a break. There's nothing else to say about this.
All right, we'll start with Fish this time for the Chargers over the Titans 27-17.
You know, I'm glad I got this game because I wanted to talk real quickly about this stat line, which is the most ho-hum stat line you're going to see if you go through any box score, and why that's a good sign for the Chargers. Herbert threw 18 passes, was 14 of 18. had 32 rushing yards, rushing touchdown, passing touchdown. No receiver got more than or running back got more than 52 yards, spread it around, and they controlled the clock. Why do I like this? Well, it's because that's Jim Harbaugh football. And he's got them at 6-3 in his first year when they were garbage last year, got rid of their receivers in Allen and Williams, and look at them now. I didn't have anyone to give stats to put up there. Like Quentin Johnson had 20 yards. It doesn't matter. They're going to find ways to win football games in an unpretty way, and that's the Harbaugh way, and we know that works. So I'm very excited for, if I was a Chargers fan, which I don't think they have that many of them in LA, but I would, if I was on the fence, I would want to root for Harbaugh. I'll tell you that. I think Harbaugh is one of the best coaches around, and he's already working his magic.
Speedy, do you climb the fence?
I do not.
Have you ever climbed a fence?
Yes.
Okay. How big was the fence?
15 feet probably.
Wow, that's a pretty big fence.
All right. You have anything on this game? Titans Chargers?
I think he said it best. Let's go on to the next one.
All right. We have to go to this for Nathan. His Dallas Cowboys getting smoked 34-6 by the Philadelphia Eagles.
I got nothing to say. So just.
Do you want me to tell you? I can tell you what I saw. I saw a Cooper Rush who the Beeve absolutely has an orgasm when he's on the field. And then he got a chance to see Trey Lance a little bit. 4-6.
They wasted a fourth. First of all, you waste a fourth-round pick on Trey Lance. And then you waste a fourth-round pick on Jonathan Mingo. Who the hell?
Trey Lance, 4 for 6, 21 yards, and 1 touchdown. This guy's a third-string quarterback making $5 million. You could have had Derrick Henry. How stupid can you be?
Jerry Jones is
dumb.
Who spends a fourth-round pick on Jonathan Mingo, who has no touchdowns yet in his career?
Did you just bring up Jonathan Mingo? You have a third-string quarterback making $5 million, and you get a chance to see him. He stinks. How about this? Here's what stood out. It's pretty simple. Saquon Barkley, and then A.J. Brown. So that's pretty much it.
Speaking of stinks, the New York Jets, 31-6.
You want me to give you my take, though?
Oh, yeah.
Here's my take. I was sitting at Miller's house watching this good-for-nothing, crappy, garbage, has-been organization that has absolutely no idea what they're doing. Oh, I'm sorry. It doesn't matter who the head coach is. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. It doesn't matter who's running the ball. This team is an absolute joke. They stink. They're a stupid organization. They're going down in flames. Rebuild time, baby. We're going to see another 10-year span of garbage football. So bow down, Jet fans, because guess what? It doesn't matter what's going to happen in the offseason. Aaron Rodgers, no Aaron Rodgers. This team stinks. That's it.
All right, Nathan, you have thoughts of his team after he has thoughts of yours?
It's a horrible game for the Jets. That's it. What else can I say?
Didn't show up. Yeah, but you know it. They didn't show up.
Yeah, but it's crazy too. We talked about this last week.
I got to hear it from Owen.
Oh, that's true. We do.
Let's bring Owen in. I got to hear this from Owen. I got to hear his take on this. Come on, bring him in, Speedy. Bring him in. Go ahead.
What up? Yeah, I told Joba that Arizona was going to wax the Jets before the game last week. I just don't believe in them at all. Aaron Rodgers has been, but brings the crowd in, I guess. So I kind of called that game. Told Joba I didn't think it would be close, and I think he picked the Cardinals over last week. So kind of gave him some good advice.
Right. Yeah, had Cardinals under. He was right. Yeah, he was right.
So,
Jets didn't score anything.
Yep. Jets are trash. Sorry.
Man, thank you.
All right, Owen, since you're in now, we'll let you start with the Sunday night game.
I'm sorry if I don't, Owen. I'm a little out there. I lost you there, but don't worry. We're gonna have everything set up for you in the next week. We're very excited to get you on. So,
all right, Owen, you're good. We'll let you start with the Sunday night game, an interception fest between the Lions and the Texans. We talked about Jared Goff at 5, CJ Stroud at 2, but the Lions come back and win, down 23-7.
Hey, I'm a big believer in the Lions. With Jared Goff having his worst game in a long while, the Lions figured out how to do it. They showed they could stop the Texans in the second half. It was kind of a crazy game to watch. CJ Stroud had the first half, Jared Goff had the second half, but they find a way to win, and they're going to continue to do that. I think they're going to take that division.
All right, Joba, what do you got?
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, obviously, I think it was a tale of two halves. Obviously, and seeing it in how Lions prevailed at the end of the day. And I think obviously with Goff, they're on 5 interceptions, but at the same time, when you look at it, he had 3 receivers that he targeted about the same amount of times, and they all had around 60 yards. Like Laporte had 3 for 66. St. Brown was 6 for 60. Both had touchdowns. And then Jameson Williams was 3 for 53 and all targeted over 5 times. So I think I believe in the same thing that you said, is, he's got targets and, he's going to find a way to win. And they did that. I mean, that's why they're sitting at 8-1 right now.
All right. And the Monday night game, the Dolphins upsetting the Rams 23-12. Let's go to Fish for this one first.
Yeah, so I got a picture here of a failed celebration with Odell Beckham and Tyreek Hill, which is just hilarious that Tyreek Hill said he's never doing any more celebrations with him. It was his first touchdown since week 2. Really sad to see that's happened to the Dolphins without Tua. Tua's back. We talked about it earlier. Tua was fine. Tua's fine. He's got 20, 28, 200 yards, touchdown, pick, lost a fumble. The type of game you expect out of Tua, manages the game. They were basically ahead the whole time. Rams have their 2 receivers back, and Aaron Williams, good running back, just wasn't enough today. Wasn't enough. Good defense, but Dolphins have a lot of weapons when they're healthy, and they still have a shot. If they can keep it together to still be in that playoff hunt. They got 3 starting defenders back for this game, which is why I lost my bet, which I put on the Rams.
You should bet on sports. There you go. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. But I did well for the week. I was actually double my money this week.
There you go.
Well, and then Owen
bet on Tyrone Tracy.
Oh yeah,
Tyrone Tracy.
We were talking about it earlier when Jeff was talking about crying. He was crying on the bench when he fumbled that ball.
He was crying.
Yeah, it was pretty bad fumble. I mean, it was the first play of overtime and in your own zone. Like the game's over. He also was partially responsible on the interception in the red zone earlier in the game. It was thrown to him, but it was, back shoulder. It really wasn't a good ball. Surprise. But again, two plays that he's going to have nightmares about. And look, he's already a good player. Maybe this drives him to be a great player. So again, with Evan Neal now coming into his own, Tyrone Tracy, I mean, look, the 2025 future for the Giants is just looking up and up, guys. Just looking up and up.
Well, it can't look any worse.
The only thing I'm looking up is, somebody's skirt.
Knock on wood.
Yeah.
And by the way, Owen said, I was like, what just happened on that celebration? He was like, oh, it was a wrestling move. And I was like, I don't think it was a wrestling move.
It was terrible.
They played it off well.
It's as bad as, Odell Beckham going into the end zone and lifting up his leg and pissing on something.
That was the worst of all of them. I was so mad when he did that. I was like, that's so freaking stupid. Like I rooted for the guy. It's hard to root for a guy that does crap like that. But
well, somebody's got to root for him, right? Kim Kardashian knows how to root for him, right? Somebody's got to root for him. I don't know. I mean, he hangs out with P. Diddy. I'm sure he's rooting for him. I mean,
the diddler. The diddler.
The diddler. I wonder what the diddler did to him.
Oh, you never know.
Skin him a rinky dinky dink.
Skin him a rinky dink.
Yeah, somebody's got to doodle dumb him, right, Speedy?
Note hard. Well, I think the diddle maybe decided to steal one of
the
Nithin's.
The
diddler decided to steal one of Nithin's luxury leashes.
Oh my God. You guys are crazy.
Well, somebody's got to be the security. Why not me, right? Look at that.
I should be the security. Speedy's.
Oh yeah, okay.
Speedy's the leash.
Nathan, if you grew your hair out like that,
you're the leash man, Nathan.
I'm almost actually I'm close to Joba's beard, right? Am I?
Yeah, come on. I don't know.
I think Joba's got you beat still.
What do you think,
Nathan?
Joba?
You make great. You're great white trash in this picture, Nathan. You come off really fantastic. If you had the hair coming out, man, if you could grow that mullet. Have you ever grown a mullet, Nathan?
No.
Well,
think
Nathan, I
it's
got a
it's
question for
choice.
you on this. On the tail of the tape, who would you like to smack in the rear end on this list right here? Who would you like? Pick one or the other. Got it. I think you go Joba, right?
No.
I mean, you would probably tie, a leash on Joba, right?
Nope.
Well, who would it be then?
Who
would you leash? I think Owen, the Tick. I mean, he'd be interesting, right?
First of all, Nathan, don't say the one person that gets us canceled. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Man, I guess that's none of the above. Oh, well, somebody's got right?
Actually, ask. You should get, hold on. You should.
Spit it out, Nathan. Jesus.
It's so funny.
He's too flustered.
Ask
this question to Speedy. Let's see what he says.
Okay, let's hear it.
Oh, it has to be the Tick because the Tick is the smallest.
Ouch, oh.
It hurts. Gotta get in the gym.
Somebody.
Breaking news.
Oh,
Speedy chooses the Tick.
Wait, what? I thought you said.
It's the Tick. Speedy, what rhymes with Tick?
Excuse me. It's now Nathan has to answer.
No, but my question to you is, what rhymes with Tick?
Lick.
Huh? All right.
You tried. Good job,
I
Speedy.
tried, but he's got a lick, right? What's up with you and licking?
It makes. If I have to answer,
No, spit it out.
If I have to answer it, it will make me sick.
What would you like to lick after the show?
Tick.
You want to lick the Tick?
Tick. Nathan, answer a question.
No, you.
I asked you, what would you like to lick after the show? What would you like to lick?
A wick.
What the hell is a wick?
I don't know.
On a candle.
The candle wick?
Well, if you're gonna lick a wick, I mean, you might as well lick a dick. You know what I'm saying?
I pick
a wick.
A wick.
You pick a wick and you lick a dick, right?
I pick a
Oh my
wick
God.
and lick a tick. And now I'm sick.
Now I'm sick. Oh, hello! What a show!
Excuse me, Nathan hasn't answered the question yet.
Well, That's
true.
What would you lick?
Yeah, what is Nathan looking to lick?
What would you lick, Nat? What would you lick before we let you go? What would you like to lick, Nat?
It starts with a P, but I can't say it on the show. So.
Oh, pussycat? What was that? But somebody needs to clean up over there, right? A little shaving, a little open, open for business kind of thing, Nick. I mean, you do like EJ Perry, so I don't know about.
No, I don't like EJ Perry.
You were
his cousin.
So you wanted his cousin,
Lisa.
So
Lisa.
you fell in love with EJ
Lisa.
Perry because of it.
No,
Did you
Lisa.
talk to EJ if he can hook you up with his cousin?
Yeah, Lisa. Her name is Lisa.
Well, Lisa is now teasing you with her bikini on her Facebook page. So, anyways, Neff, we love you. Thank you for calling, my friend. We love you. And keep up.
Thank you, Java. Good to see you. You got to come back on our show soon.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and Arrow, thank you. Speedy, thank you. Fish, Scoops, and Owen, good job. See you.
Snatch away.
Take it easy.
Snatch away, my friend.
Yeah.
Snatch away. Keep snatching. Bye.
Let's go. And let me know if you're coming to the
Yes.
Willie Randolph event.
I will. I'll snatch away. Thank you, Neff.
And then also come to Chad Ochocinco November 19th.
I'm doing it. Let's snatch. Let's
Chad
go.
Ochocinco.
Snatch away. Thank you. There's Nathan, the wonder of the wonder of them all. And we got the Tick down. Who's better than us? We've got the Tick and we got the Nith. I mean, it's powerhouse, Joba. What do you think?
I mean, we're coming hard in the paint.
Oh yeah. I mean, we all know about the pink, right, Speedy?
No, that's Nathan's specialty.
No, but you know about the pink, right?
No, that's Nathan's specialty.
Well, what do you like? Pink? What do you like?
Pink is fine.
All right, so you're a pink fan, right? Yeah, does it turn purple? I mean, it is your favorite color. I would hope not. Would you like to hit, you hit it purple?
Depends on what it is.
Well, something's got to turn black and blue, right?
No, it doesn't.
Well, something. Well, slide in, right? Slide in. What do you think, Joba? Should we help Speedy out?
I mean,
want you to slide it right in.
we've been trying, and I mean, we can only continue to work on it.
Speedy, do you believe in a tooth fairy? Why? Did you ever believe in
I did at one point in my life. Yes.
What did your mom tell you about the tooth fairy?
That it existed.
And what did you think? What did you stick the tooth under the pillow? What'd you get? What'd she give you?
Either coins or candy.
Candy? What kind of candy did she get?
I don't remember.
The tooth fairy gave you candy?
That's a cheap tooth fairy.
Man, that's weak.
Joba, the tooth fairy in his house didn't, make millions of dollars.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. There was one day Karter lost a tooth, and I literally it was like late at night. He was like eating a late night snack. All I had was $100.
What is that background? Who the hell is that background?
I don't know whose that is.
That's got to be the tech.
I'm watching the Kentucky Duke game. It's coming down to the wire.
You gotta mute it.
Yeah,
Owen.
mute it, dude.
Yeah, mute it, idiot.
Come on, Owen. Where the hell are we here today, man?
Hold, please.
Yeah, what are we
Why he
doing
loves
here?
golf.
Not mute yourself. Mute the game.
Yeah, dumbass.
I love him already. He's perfect for the show. Yeah.
Yeah, so I set a precedent where it was like the tooth fairy was literally like $100, and I'm like, oh damn, I messed that up.
That's great.
Sucked. It was bad for me.
Well, I'm the Tin Man. You're the Scarecrow.
Fish, you make yourself the dog.
Well,
ancillary character right now.
he's telling me I don't have a brain, but thank you. I respect that. I really probably don't. And I'm probably not going to have a penis by the end of this thing. I mean, seriously. My brother had the balls to tell me yesterday? He told me if I don't pass this rock, that if it gets caught there, they have to split my what to get to it. Do you believe this crap?
It doesn't make any sense.
It actually, it's true.
They do that, though?
They do that.
Oh.
And that's got me scared now. I better pass
suck.
that damn friggin' rock. I mean, seriously, that is kind of scary, man. Speedy, what would you do? What would you say if somebody had to do
Just
this?
as scared as you.
I mean, could you imagine? You
be
wake
just as
up
scared
and the
as you.
thing is like sewed together.
Yeah, imagine I'd be just as scared as you.
I mean, remember that lady that cut her husband's what off? She threw it out, in the woods. You remember that?
Lorena Bobbitt?
Bobbitt.
Bobbitt, that's right. Remember that?
She threw it on like the side of the road, didn't she?
That's right. And then
Yeah.
they found it with like some birds eating it and stuff like that. Speedy, what would you do if somebody cut your thing off and threw it
I
out
have no
there?
idea.
What would you do?
Probably, I don't know. Probably sue them.
Probably sue them. That's the first thing he thinks about. Oh, my penis is gone. I'm going to sue them.
Yeah, not worried about getting your penis back. No.
I'd try to sew it back on before I'd sue them. try to get.
I need money to do that.
Do you remember that story when they found it in the brush? They stuck it on ice. And I remember when he was on the Jerry Springer show and Jerry wanted to see it. Remember? And Jerry is like, he says, give me $100,000. I'll show you, Jerry. Speedy, how much would you have to pay?
I'm not making it public.
Why not? It's all sewed together.
I don't care.
It's all ready to go.
I don't care.
Would you smack it
I
around?
don't care.
Would you smack it around? Why not? Why not?
I'm getting done with it.
You're getting done with it? You're done? You don't want to see it anymore? The one-eye monster is gone out of your head. It's gone. All right. Good job. It's gone. We're it's off to the the wolves. Is Dad is Dad over there? Is Pops still watching? I mean,
No, I think he shut it down.
oh, it's a shame. It is a shame. But Speedy, the show went a little over like I said I didn't want, but guess it was a good show. I can't lie. And we got the Tick. Everybody got a chance to meet Owen the Tick Rickner, ladies and gentlemen. And I just want to let everybody know we will be back tomorrow. And I want to say this. Owen is going to be helping us move forward. We're going to actually have a segment for him. It will start next week. It's going to be fun. You guys are definitely going to like what we're going to plan and install for the show. So thank you to obviously Eric Hosmer. He was fantastic. And Joba, that was a great get for you for the first show, man.
Yeah, you know what? We'll keep getting some good ones. We got some ones in the works right now that are pretty good names as well. So we'll keep pushing forward and keep getting really good people and having really fun segments with them for sure.
Speedy, would you give Haas a Hummer? Could you give?
I don't have a Hummer.
Would you give him a Hummer?
I don't have a Hummer.
But would you give it to him?
I don't have
If you had one, would you give it to him?
Sure, whatever.
Well, that's good. So Joba, he would give him a Hummer. What do you think?
I mean, I own a Hummer, so yeah, I agree with you, Speedy. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, somebody's got to give him Hummer. Somebody's got to be open for all the businesses, right, Speedy?
Sure.
All right. So there you go. Climb the mountain, Speedy. Get to the top and then slide right down, right?
That would be very painful.
Well, there's a lot of painful.
I don't think that would be painful. I think that would be
sliding down a mountain.
Slide right in.
Yeah, just slide right in.
Yeah,
I want you to slide it right in.
Still would get hurt.
Well,
this one looks more painful to me.
Yeah, that one hurts even worse.
Well, Nithin couldn't spit it out, so Anyways, that's it for our show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for all the fans, all the downloads, everybody. Keep up the good work. It was our first episode. It was absolutely a great one. We'll be back tomorrow, as always, as we do this every Monday and Wednesday. As Fish, had something to do, so we're doing it Tuesday and Wednesday. But anyways, we'll be back tomorrow. Who do we have on, Speedy?
Oh, we have our friend Nelson Figueroa coming back on at 9:30.
Oh, Nelly. Oh, yeah. Joba. Ooh. You love Nelly, right?
Know of him, don't know him, know him.
Well, this guy's an Emmy Award-winning guy, and he pitched in the majors, and he loves us, and we have him always spitting out his drink. So we definitely are going to have something in store for old Nelly, but he's doing some big things at WPIX, so I'm very excited to have him on as the Mets made a run, and the Yankees made a downfall. Anyways, that's it for our show. We'll be back tomorrow. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.